I'll call him. It's still morning. I'm Tracy. We don't do Miss here. It's just Tracy. Even our CEO, when you see him, because he's going to come talk to you guys, it's just Razak. And then Ed, our co-founder and CTO, is just Ed. So hi Ed, hi Razak, hi Mo, hi Tracy. What's your name? Hi Chizaram. That's how we do here. We're not, Sama, nothing like that. So welcome everybody. How are you feeling? Excited? We have some people online as well. So, online audience, how are you feeling? You can comment how you're feeling, let us know. Right, so today really is just to understand, the four teams that we have, not the four teams that we have, in terms of the four teams that we have for this program, legal, portfolio, products, and customer experience. So you're going to a bit of a deep dive into how these teams work, learn about them, and just familiarize yourself, because everybody here went through the assessments. You did well. You have no idea how many people you beat to be here, but it was a lot, right? So you are here and we're excited. You guys did so well. People that were in the interviews, you did so well. Just the competition was quite tough, and then we had to make some decisions, but I'm excited to have you. Right, and in a few minutes, Razak and Ed will be coming to speak to you about how we are at CarryWise, what we do here, what makes us special, what the vision is. But before then, I just want to just explain to you what, how my own experience at CarryWise has been. I've been here maybe 7-8 months. Right, so yeah, not that long for a fintech because it's fast paced, but not that long in the real world. And I'd say that my experience here has been pretty cool. I know that you say, that's basic. Everybody's going to say their workplace is pretty cool, but it is pretty cool. I'll tell you why. So from the first day, there was empathy. I think I did an onboarding session, quite like what our 1 month interns will do or have done. I did an onboarding session. HR came to talk to me, and it was fun. I was like, oh, these people are intentional. They told me about the brand guidelines, how we present online. The when you see our graphics, it's not by chance. It's extremely intentional. So how we present online, how we speak, everything. So there are core values that are said, and then there are ones that are not said. By the time you see people, by the time you see the vibe, you know that okay, there's a way CarryWise people are. So for my own body session, I got that, and then I think I was nervous. I was just like, damn, this place, how am I gonna do it? It's like everybody is so like, everybody knows what they are doing. Everybody is like to the goal. People are serious. People are fun but serious too. How am I gonna do it? And then the HR Victor, I don't know if you see him today. He called me and said, he was like, hey, Tracy, I noticed that you're a bit uptight. Don't worry about it. Shake it off. You'll be fine. Don't let anxiety finish you. You're okay. Just do what you're good at this. That's why we brought you here. Do your thing. Have fun with it. And you'll be fine. And that was enough to calm me down. And I just went into it. And it's been a really cool journey so far. So I'm Tracy. If you don't know, I'm the organic growth marketer at CarryWise. So everything social media is probably me. I'm probably the person doing it here. So yeah, so that's me, and that's a brief intro about who we are and how we roll our CarryWise. Do you have any questions for now? Anything? If you do, please, at every point in time, there will be question and answers. We try to make it as interactive as possible with case studies and all. So feel free to ask your questions and just let us know, because the reason why you are here is so that you have a bit more face-to-face contact and you're able to, just to get that feel. Yeah, so some people are online and we're grateful that they're online. We're happy. But then if you're here physically, make sure you get, everything that you can from the physical sessions. So Ed and Razak will soon be here to talk to you. And, oh yeah, sure. Before they come, please introduce yourself. We're not a lot yet, so you here yet. So you can introduce yourself. Let's start there. Yes, because your cameras, the online audience want to see you guys. Let's get it. Please take the stage. Can someone go first? Okay. Does someone want to help her? Aliyah, go ahead. But you go. We don't do shy here. Just be yourself. We want to see who
All right,
you are.
good morning, everybody.
Hi, good morning, Aliyah.
First of all, I'd like to thank you to CarryWise for this session. Thank you to everybody that is joining online too, and everybody that is here physically too. My name is Aliyah Alim, and I am a 300 level economics student at the University of Lagos, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Hi, Aliyah.
Okay. No, you gotta go. You gotta go. Just do it once. You have to go.
Say your name, Maya.
Okay, just a little introduction. Let's know who you are.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Alima Jose. I'm a 300 level finance student at the University of Lagos. Thank you.
Hi, Halima. Oh, yes, you had the session with Wano. I remember you. Yes. Nice to meet you. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Messi Steven, and I'm a graduate of English and Literary Studies, trying to transition into product management. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Alalu Faith, a medicine and surgery student in 100 level University of Lagos.
Sorry, I'm really curious. Medicine and surgery, what did you apply for? I'm really curious. No, take the mic. So sorry, I'm just really curious.
Product management.
Why products from medicine and surgery?
Normally, I've always been interested in business, finances, but I also loved medicine and surgery. I loved treating
Right.
kids.
Why stay in one box? Right. Makes sense. No wahala. Cool.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Chizaram. I'm a legal practitioner at Asalo LP. Thank you.
Nice to meet ya.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Morning.
Good
Sorry.
morning.
My name is Fumilayo. I am a product manager. I've actually worked with product teams before, but I feel like I still want to, know how structured environment operates with team, right, and how they make product decisions. So yeah, that's why I'm here, and I'm very grateful that I am here as well.
Nice to meet ya.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Grace Ishola. I'm a recent graduate. I have interned with financial institution before, but I'm here to learn how the fintech operates, especially what is CarryWise, and how I can thrive in CarryWise. And I'm so glad for the opportunity to be here, and so happy to see everyone. So thank you.
Hi guys, hi, good morning everyone, good morning online participants, hi. So my name is Gold and I am a law graduate. I would be called to bar soon, so you can call me Esquire. I've been interning with the legal and compliance team and I'm just so excited to be here.
Okay, so we have members of our online audience here with us. We have over 1,200 people currently logged in. Right, so, welcome Ituno, welcome Blessing, nice to have you. Welcome Miracle, welcome Abdulaziz, okay, Hamida, Haruna, welcome. Kainde, welcome. Damilola, welcome. Precious, welcome. Melody, welcome. Augustina, nice to have you. Blessing, nice to have you. And a ton of you guys are here. I hope you have your questions ready. The session will be extremely impactful. And shortly, our CEO and a co-founder will come to, just give you like a short overview of what we do here. But like, make sure you're ready. Make sure you're excited. And yeah, we're excited to have you too. We've been waiting for you. We've been preparing for you. So this will be a good one. Okay.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Olaraju Jane Ojumirola. I just completed my law school studies. Yeah, at the Nigerian Law School, Lagos campus. Hi. So, yes, I'm currently just looking for how to build my legal career. That's all I'm doing now. Thank you.
Yes, you can drop it there. Eh? I mean, I see some of you don't like to talk. You talk, oh. How do you want to do it now? You have to be ready to talk because it's interactive. My job is to make sure you go home with something, like an impactful something that you can use. So you have to talk because how else will I know that you've learned? So you have to tell me what you think that you would, or what you'd like to gain out of this program. Why are you here today? What do you think you could gain? Chizaram. Yeah. My eye saw you. It was on you. You got it. Let's get it.
I hope to learn a lot today. I don't want to leave here as the same person as I was when I stepped into this building. I want to learn more about how the legal compliance goes in the fintech world. I want to What? I'm live? Oh, Jesus. I want to learn more about how the legal compliance goes in the fintech world, if possible, get to see, go through document reviews, and then all of that. So,
Okay. Okay. Let's take Aliyah, and then I'll be introducing our AVP Human Resource. CEO is in a meeting right now, so our AVP Human Resource, that's Precious's boss for everybody who saw Precious today. So he'll be just giving us a little bit about how we react in the workplace, and Aliyah, go ahead, and then he would.
All right, so I'm really excited to be here. As a CarryWise ambassador, I would say it's going to be a really nice experience. I look forward to hearing from the founder themselves. I mean, you can always hear stories about CarryWise online, but nothing like hearing from the horse's mouth itself. Yeah. Also, CarryWise is termed like the best place to work. I think it would be a really nice experience to interact with everybody here. Also, to hear from the female AVPs, I think it's really it's something I really like about this particular program. The fact that there are women in these positions, I would really love to hear from them and get to know them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aliyah. You mentioned something about CarryWise being the best place to work. So Eben, our very own head of HR, AVP HR, will come and let us know how exactly and why you have that perception. How did we do that? So he will let us know right now.
Thank you, Tracy. Hello, everyone. Good morning to everyone online. Good morning to you as well. My name is Ebenezer, like she has said. I'm not a boss to Precious. I just happen to be her colleague who has more responsibilities. That boss thing is scam. Yeah, thank you. It's scam. Okay, so what makes CarryWise? And to the last point before I was introduced on what makes CarryWise to be perceived as a great place to be. Indeed, we are a great place to work. So it's not just perception. We're indeed a great place to work. And the first thing I would say around a place of work being a great place to work is beyond all the HR things around values, behavior. You guys will say HR is the police, right? You break the law, we are the one that will come and bring the big hammer and sanction you. You do well, you think we're the ones that would come and give you the reward. No. All of those things lie on the leadership of the business. So if HR is good and the policies and all of those things are good, and leadership is not exactly great, it will still not be a great place to be. So I'm just saying that our greatness here at CarryWise started from our founders, and that's because of the kind of behaviors that they elicit from the rest of us, because they show us by example what it means to be a good person first, what it means to be a good leader, and then the rest of us can now in our various functions. So HR will use the policies, the values, the systems, the processes, procedures, to translate that into what we can all relate with. The guys building the product will use the examples they've seen from the leaders to translate that to the product that you all get to experience as you use our products. And then everybody just does their work based on standard sets by the leaders. So to me, that's what makes a great place to work. I'm not sure how long I have more. How long do I have? Awesome. So in my time doing this, right, I've come to find out rather that the best way to do this is by making it a Q&A session. So what questions do you have around CarryWise and how we function as people? And then Tracy, can we take a question from those who are online as well?
Yes.
Awesome. So let's just use the time we have to make it a Q&A session. We can start here while those online can share their questions with us. So questions? You guys say we're perceived to be a great place to work now. Or you know all there is to know about what makes us a great place to work. So it means you have questions.
Okay, so I think I have one question. Do I have to stand up? Because okay. Okay. So CarryWise has like a large scale of audience. I'm asking this question now from a point of products, right? And then how HR collaborates in getting all of this possible. So they have like large set of users, and then users are demanding, oh, we want this, we want that kind of thing. And then yes, the product team too as well, building the product. They're trying to make sure that okay, they're building something that is very scalable, something that is very usable and it's standing properly. So how do you guys balance all of this, like making sure that decisions you make or the things you want to give to users are what user wants? How do you guys do it that mind you, we have data, so some things data will also give their own point. Then the business is also saying, oh no, we want to make more money, these people's data, keep it, we have this idea that will give us more money. And then product team too are also saying things like, oh, but these things you want to even build, it's not even, we cannot build this right now, like let's do it later or something. So how do you guys put like a balance to all of this thing and make sure that you are releasing the rightful things for the company and for the products basically?
Sounds like a very product-oriented question. When you see Yami, please make sure to repeat the question to her. But I'll try and speak to it from the HR angle. And what we do in HR really is we set examples. So how do we manage people? How do we do things in-house? Then we shape behaviors of our staff through those things. And then that then translates into how they then build the product. So if when a staff member needs something from me, I'm proactive and they can get it pretty fast, then that behavior has been exemplified in-house. So when they have to do things for customers as well, they are thinking, what's the fastest way to do this? And that brings me to one of our values. We have 6 values, and the very first one speaks to what you've asked. That is customers first. So let me just jump from that to the part where you said balancing multiple objectives in the interest of time. The company wants to make money, yes. The customers also have their needs that we need to meet. But at the end of the day, there is a convergence point, which is beginning with the end in mind. If the customers are first and we put their needs first and they are happy, naturally, they will be happy. They will tell other people, right? And then we would acquire more customers. And that's us making, of course, more business through those customers. So I would say it's beginning from what we do in-house, which is from that value of putting the customer first. If you come to me that you need something, I'm putting that your need first. And when you want to deal with the customers as well, you're putting their needs first. And then that would lead to more business over time. Next question. Or do we have online questions already?
They say, what does it take to
to be an ambassador, what does it take for an ambassador to intern at CarryWise?
Yeah, that's the first one. That's a very simple one. If you're in the community, they have a procedure for that. So they announce in the community when that's open, and then they take those that have the interest through that process. Then they select the final candidates. That's very simple.
Yeah.
So first thing, be in the community and be active.
So some are AVP questions. I don't think they are HR questions, but I can still ask it. Okay. So one is, what is the trait that is required of a CarryWise customer experience team? Like, what are they looking for in a CarryWise experience applicant?
From HR, I would say love people, but people in this case are customers, so love customers. You will go out of your way to meet their needs if you love them, so love the customers. And meanwhile, that love, while you're looking for the next question, that love can mean that sometimes the customer wants something that is not in their best interest. And you have to love them enough to say, you know what, I appreciate what you want, but this other thing might serve you better. So it's not a yes to this.
Okay, so this is your question. What really makes CarryWise a good and best fit for professionals?
Many things, right? And that's because in my little experience of HR, I've learned that a good place to work to different people is different things. Some people want money. Some people want freedom. Some people want to just dress like this, jeans and t-shirt to come. Some, if you're not looking serious in suit and tie, they don't think you're serious. So it's how do you know what your people need and build a system that is flexible for them to have those needs met. I can go into details, but in the interest of time, I will say flexibility. So people have what they need and build a system that can meet different needs all at the same time. Okay.
So this is like a follow-up to that question. Is that, but another person asked it. What is the key skill or competence you are looking for when hiring in CarryWise?
So I'll say overall, be a good person. And you ask me, what makes a good person? In different instances, it will be different things. Speaking more HR now, we have attributes that are about the job. So for somebody that is in a software engineering role, you need to be able to code. What kind of languages can you code in? What kind of tools can you use? So it differs per role. But for people or person attributes, are you a problem solver? Are you one that people can get along with, or you come in and people just want to turn their faces away because you like trouble? So I would say be a good person, and a good person is others can collaborate with you. You can work effectively with people. You are also a problem solver, so you can deploy. So have the skills first, that's no doubt. Then you can deploy the skills to produce results, to solve problems. So overall, be a good person.
Okay, so this other question, they said, from the look of things, CarryWise has a very healthy working environment. How did the HR achieve this?
I think I spoke to that earlier, right? I always say this whenever I speak publicly, that the job of HR at CarryWise is very easy. That's because the founders make it easy. They are people-centric leaders. So they put the people first. So it's easy for HR to say, oh, we should do this, we should not do this, we should do that. Because the leaders understand the importance and the value people. So again, credit for HR will start from the leaders. But what do we then do? I said earlier that we build systems that are flexible. Let me pick the example of flexible work. Some companies will say, we work flexibly here. So you come to work maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 2 days, and everybody has to follow that. That's flexible, right? Some days I work, some days at home. But what if I have a child that has to go to maybe a medical appointment every Monday at 11 a.m.? So what if you have a system where you say, you know what, let's make this thing entirely flexible. Different people in your different teams, go and figure out what works for you. And then, so for somebody who values that flexibility, they're already thinking, yeah, I have something to do on Monday. I can work from home, take my break between 10:30 and maybe 11:45, take care of my son, then go back to work, finish work from home. But for somebody else who is free, they can go to the office. So it's around systems that meet different needs again. We had a follow-on question to a previous question. Should we take it now?
Okay, let me just take this online question, then we'll move to offline. So what differentiates an high-performing staff?
high performing staff. I'm trying to now answer as HR because I'm already thinking hypo. So high performance means that the business has what it wants to achieve. I know what the business wants to achieve. I know how my role, how my job connects to what the business wants to achieve. In many cases, there is a bridge of what does my team, so the business, the team, then me. So the business wants to do something. I know how my team's work affects that. I know how my role links to what the team wants to do to help the business achieve what it wants to achieve. And I'm able to, so by able now, I mean you have the knowledge, the skills, the attitude, and the rewrite conditions to do my job effectively that it drives that outcome. That's how I will simply define high performance.
Okay.
All right, so I have two questions. The first one is, thank you. My first question is, how do you balance being strict? Because I know HR is like the police, of the workplace. So how do you balance being strict as the HR and being friendly to the co-workers? That's the first question.
Very difficult one. And this is what makes my job very difficult, right? Because as HR, we sit between two parties. The people have to trust you. The business as well has to trust you. So at the end of the day, it's about objectivity. So if as a staff, you know that I care about you, because maybe the day you have headache, I'm able to say, here's paracetamol. What causes headache? Do you need to take some time off work? I'm able to show concern for you. If when you come to me with your needs, I'm able to meet those needs, then you know that, okay, yeah, this HR cares about me. But the day you come and ask me for what I cannot do, I'm able to tell you no and explain to you why, because of this and this, because of this outcome, I cannot say yes to this. So again, the goals first. So why can't I do this? You're clear. So you know that, yeah, this person does care, but the day they will say no is because of this and this. And there are clear principles and policies so that we can apply those decisions fairly across board. So that's for the people. For the business is, even though I'm HR, I'm perceived to be people-centric, but I know what the business wants to do. And my focus on people is to help the business achieve what it wants to achieve. So when I go to the business, I'm going with the logic of, because we want to achieve this, let's do X, Y, Z for the people. And I can connect that to, this is the impact this doing X, Y, Z we have on ABC objectives of the business. So it's that balance really that makes my job hard. And thank you for asking the question.
My second question is, you said CarryWise is, customer first, which is very understandable. But has there not been instances where there's a clash between the customer's interest or the customer desire rather? Because sometimes customer can desire what is not good for them. So the customer's desire and the business goals, has it ever clashed, and what did you do to?
Sounds like a question for Eno when she comes to. Of course, this has happened. I know for sure. But at the end of the day, it comes to your ability to communicate with the customer. So from my little knowledge of CX, the customer needs to feel heard. So you let them understand that I'm here to serve your need. I understand what you want. I've explored how I can achieve what you want, but where I cannot achieve it, I'm not able to connect with you and then communicate effectively that you see why your want is not your need. And I can now tell you how I can help you meet your need.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, so you can ask for
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is there a turning point in? Okay. My question is, at any point in time where you train every staff to be able to talk about your product? Because one thing I've lost so much about CarryWise is the financial literacy. There's a way that you make it very simple to understand some product and everything. So is this like just the growth work, or like other staff still can do it, and how do you achieve it? That someone as a portfolio manager, I can come out to say, oh, this investment is for kids, this is how you go about it, I can break it down. Like, is there a structure that helps to achieve that?
Okay, so I'll say by design, right? Every CarryWise employee, and we don't force them to, but all CarryWise employees are customers of CarryWise. That's because they believe in our mission. We're here to make it simple for you to be able to build a viable future financially through savings and investment products. So if I believe in that and I'm using the product, I can actively understand it and then communicate it. That's on one hand. From a cultural aspect as well, we operate open door policy. So that means we communicate freely in-house. Staff members can join product conversations where they get to understand how decisions are being made, the value we're trying to drive, why we do certain things. So if I have to speak to that product, I understand it from how it was developed to how it is being used because I'm a customer too. So naturally, and because I believe in the mission, I have passion for it. So I can then communicate the product very well.
Thank you. Okay, so as the AVP HR, I would just like to ask that everybody that works here in CarryWise here, is there anything that every single person here has in common that makes you want to come to this office every day? And how do you look for that in the potential candidates when you're recruiting? Like, as an employee here, is there a particular thing that everybody in this office have in common that like motivates you to want to come to the office every day? And like, when you're recruiting the candidates, how do you like look for that in them?
Oh, okay. I think I spoke to it earlier, right? When somebody asked what it takes to be a talent, a high-performing talent, I said just first be a good person. So our values, let me just quickly run through them because almost everything we do are tied to those values. The number one, I've spoken about customers first. I've spoken about better together, which speaks to how do we work together. And working together means we have to be able to communicate, empathize, collaborate effectively. So customers first, better together. Then we have set the bar high, which means have high standards. So if I'm a smart guy, people come to me with work issues and they get quality solutions, they will want to be around me. And how we say it is, the popular saying, if you have a number of smart friends, maybe if you have 5 smart friends, you are the 6th smart person. So because we have smart colleagues, we want to be around them and collaborate. So after set by high is never stop learning, which speaks to a desire to grow. So are you taking courses? Are you writing exams? Are you reading books? Are you watching videos? So how do you go from I'm good today to I'm getting better every day? Then the last 2 are keep it real and keep it simple. Keep it real just means that I like the black shirt I am wearing. I should say it. Oh, I don't like this black shirt I'm wearing. I should say it. So we are willing to have difficult conversations, of course, in humane, respectful ways. So we say what we think, and we are open to communication, to conversation, to healthy debate around those things. Then the last bit is keep it simple. At CarryWise, I say something like, why purchase when you can buy? Why do I have to come here and say, hey guys, I want us to confabulate? Well, just keep it simple. So you will find out that in the CarryWise products, again, like I said, in-house behaviors drive what customers see. We use simple terms to describe complex things so that nobody has to go and carry the dictionary because they want to understand what we are trying to say. That's not communication. So customers first, better together, set the bar high, never stop learning, keep it real, keep it simple. So those guide how we operate every day. Follow up.
Like, I really like how you answer the question, but like, can you do justice to how you look for that in a candidate, right? Because it's mostly just a 30-minute session. So how do you recognize that in somebody that's coming to work here long term?
The answer will be long, but let me try and make it simple. Before we hire, we do a need analysis, and that speaks to why do we even need to hire in the first place. So when we know we need to hire, and where we need to hire, what does this role need? Where you need to understand the type of person that fits the role and the type of skills that person needs in that role. So having been clear on that, you can then go ahead and look for using various means, right, to know what candidates, because there are roles that need more of listening skills than some. Some need more of technical skills. So we need to understand how those roles differ. But you will find that at the end of the day, it still centers around be a good person, both technically and in terms of soft skills. All right.
Thank you. So my question is on keep learning rather.
Never
So
stop learning.
never stop learning. I would just want to ask if if CarryWise provides courses for the workers to take, because I know some workplace they make it compulsory for the workers to take some particular courses in order to help them to keep learning, or is it that the workers decide on their own to just go and take a course?
So again, needs driven, but from the angle of freedom. So almost everything we do is angled on freedom and responsibility. So we don't control you, so you feel free to. I mean, nobody says I must wear a jacket to work today, because I feel free to come to work like this today. So people and their managers understand their needs, and then they decide what courses they want to use or how they want to meet those needs. And the company has promised support in meeting those needs. So whether it's a course you have to take, a book you need to read, some exams you need to write, so whatever you need to do, the company knows that we'll support you, but we leave you and your manager to decide where that need is pressing the most. Then we begin to meet it from there. All right. Last question.
Yeah. Sorry. Right. Just a follow-up question, because I'm aware that for ambassadors, the opportunity to I think sponsor for some CFE certification. I think CarryWise does it. So for the staffs, do you when you said support, do you mean maybe give them time to go and read, or financial support, or what kind of support?
So financial support and also study leave.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I need to run. You have one more question? If I will take this question while I'm almost out of here.
So, as a regulated platform, how does CarryWise balance innovation with compliance? This has to do with legal compliance.
Yes. So, in fact, I would have you leave that for Tolu, who leads legal and compliance, and also Yami, who leads product. Thank you, guys. I got to run.
Thank you so much.
Okay. How was that session for everybody? Sorry. How was that session for you guys? Amazing. Everyone is smiling. I'm glad you're able to get some learnings from that session. While we're doing the session, somebody came in. Yeah, you can't hide with your fine afro. You can't hide. Please stand up, introduce. You have to come to the front, by the way, because we have online audience and they'd love to see your pretty face. So you come to this box, where the box is. Just tell me your name, something about you. I want to get to know you a bit more.
Hello everyone. Okay, my name is Vivian Nduku. Though I like to be called Gabriela because it's my baptismal name and it sounds cool. So I like being called Gabi. Okay, I wrote an assessment for the product management intern, even though I didn't get in. We look forward. So I'm a lover of music. I like music a lot. I like to sing. That's on days when I'm not learning anything. I love tech. I love building. I love being part of an environment like this. That was one of the reasons I chose CarryWise, because it gave me the freedom I was looking for in a company, and I felt like, okay, coming here would mean me being able to express myself and actually grow. So yeah, I think that's all about me. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Gabriela.
Right.
Okay, so Yami, our AVP product is here. Are you guys excited? So all you product people, get your questions ready. You want present? Oh yes, I'll set that up for you, so you can just start with an introduction. I know. You can do anything you want to do. So you can send it to me, and then my laptop's already there. So I'll just present. Good afternoon. How are you? Okay, so what we do is an introduction. So everyone here has introduced themselves. So you come up here to where I'm standing. You let us know your name, what you're doing right now, just a little something about you, maybe a fun fact as well. So you're standing here because we have an online audience. They'd love to see you and know who you are as well. So, yeah, you can just come through here. There you go.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ayomide. I'm a student of City University studying radiography. I currently started a cybersecurity course on ALX. My favorite thing to do is to hang out with my friends and just travel.
All right, thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Oh, I also wanted to ask, why did you decide to join the IWD internship, virtual internship? Last thing.
I decided to join the IWD internship because I have passion for finance, and I think that the internship would have helped me know more about finance.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you very much. So, Yami will be coming up to start her session. Yeah, your slides are coming up shortly.
Okay. How are you guys doing? How many hours have you spent now? 3-ish, I guess. Okay. No, I was asking how many hours they have spent. 3 hours-ish, thereabouts. Right? Oh, okay, just you guys that came. Okay. All right. Still waiting. So, okay, maybe while they're setting this up, how many people are here for product? Let me see. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you raising your hand? Okay. CX, legal, and portfolio. Where legal? Okay. You? Portfolio. Oh, nice. That's good. All right, so I'm supposed to share on how we do product management at CarryWise. Will someone be controlling for me? Yes. Okay. How we build product at CarryWise, and I mean I would touch on that, but I would also just speak generally to what it means to be a product manager, or what it is that you have to do as a product manager. And ready? Yeah. All right, let me move to the next slide. All right, so I think the first thing to note is that you're building products, right? But it's not just products. You're actually solving problems. That's what you're doing as a product manager. I guess as anybody really, whether legal, whether portfolio, whether support. At the end of the day, the core of what everybody gets to do is actually to solve problems, right? So, and this is very important for a product manager, because you don't want to just think from the perspective of building this feature, or I'm adding this option for people to do things, or making something green instead of blue, or speaking with the engineers or whatever. At the root of it, what you're really trying to help people do is solve problems that they have. So within our context, that obviously means that we're trying to help people achieve better financial outcomes, right? So we're engaging them, thank you. Let me just check. Okay. Yeah, so you're engaging them. Would it be better for me to go that way? I feel like I might be seeing my back. Okay. So let's do this. All right. So you're engaging customers, or you're doing everything that you do with the end goal being that you're essentially trying to help people solve whatever problems, whether it's messy, whether it's a wicked problem, whether it's a simple problem, whatever it is, you're just really about trying to solve problems. That's the first thing to note. Now, the second thing that I think is important for a product manager is the fact that product decisions are actually bets. You're making decisions based on assumptions. And I think this is super important because I know there's all the talk about before you build something, do an MVP, do this, do that. And I think that that's correct. That's profound. That's something you should do. But I've seen that sometimes we over optimize for those things, right? The truth is, at the end of the day, whatever product decision you're making, you actually don't have the entire answer. You're essentially testing something out to see, would it work? What part of this works? What part of my assumption turned out to be correct, right? So what is actually very important, or the mistake, is not in you building based on assumptions, it's you not acknowledging that you're building on assumptions. And so even when you're building the MVP, you're coming from that perspective of, these are the assumptions that I'm making, right? These are the things that, you know, I need to figure out, because if these things turn out to not be correct, then this product will fail. Right? So the first thing is actually you stating the assumptions and then looking through them to say, okay, which of these assumptions are even high priority, right? Like which ones are high stakes. So you know that, let me give an example. You can have an assumption to say, if you release this product, would people use it? And then you can have an assumption that says, can you build it, right? And it might be that you don't necessarily need to build, so it might not be high stakes for you to confirm that. But if people don't want what you're building, that's high stakes, right? It already means that you can put something out and then it fails, not because you didn't know what to build or you didn't know how to build it, but simply because it wasn't something that necessarily fit into what people would want, right? So you need to be able to look at your assumptions and say, okay, what's the critical thing for me to actually make sure I'm confirming or I'm paying attention to, so I can then say, oh, this thing is working or it's not working. Tracy, please, I need you. All right. Yeah, and then obviously validating them. So when you realize that every single product that you're building, you're essentially making an assumption and you're just building, and then with the intent of, you need to be able to validate this and to confirm that, are you thinking in the right direction? Two things that would do for you is, one, you're not going to get emotionally attached because you already know that you're putting this out, even though you've spoken with people, how they might eventually interact with it, what they might eventually do might be different from what they've told you, right? If there's one thing you will learn in product, is people can tell you A and do B. So don't just take that, oh, everybody has said they want this, to mean that they would eventually interact with that product. So before you build anything, you want to always ask, what must be true for this to succeed, right? So is this something that people want, like I explained earlier? Is this something that you can build? Is this something that you should build even, right? Or also in a time when people are more ethically like conscious, so there's ethics and all of that stuff. So that you can build something doesn't always mean that you should build something, right? So that might also be a question that you want to ask. You might also be looking at it from the angle of, okay, is this something that people would be able to use, right? So you've built something, or you can build this thing, or it's something that people might want, but if you are to build it, is it something that they would understand? Would it be something that would maybe be too technical or too tedious for them to use, right? Just asking yourself all those questions and knowing that these are some of the things that you need to keep in mind as you're building, and then even after you launch, you're then going back to those things to see, okay, are these things turning out to be true, or are they proving that you need to change your direction? So that said, how do we build products at CarryWise, right? I've grouped it into like 3 buckets that we typically work with, and the first is discovery. So first of all, finding the problems that we even need to solve. The second is delivery. How do we deliver those products? How do we launch those products? How do we build those products? Solve them, like solve the problems that we've actually found. How do we solve them well? And then the third is insights. And this is really just speaking to learning and improving, right? And it's not so you don't need to look at this from, we do discovery, then we do delivery, then we get the insights, and that's sort of how it ends. It's like a continuous cycle, right? So everything is sort of always happening at the same time. Everything is feeding into each other. So let me give an example. We knew that we wanted to launch NG stocks, right? Like that was something that was a good thing for us to do last year, given the direction of the markets and just how things were evolving. We knew that retail participation was also growing, right? Like more and more younger people, individuals were looking to invest in stocks, and we already started doing some work, right? So legal had already started doing some things, design and engineering wise, we had also started to like engage all the system providers, that's industry providers that we need to speak with, and just understanding how things work. It was while all of that was happening, right, that we also started to ask ourselves, so if we're putting this out, what exactly are we going to be telling people that we're offering them differently, right? And then we decided to say, you know what, let's even engage customers and just find out what insights we might pick from that. So all of that were just happening at the same time. So it wasn't necessarily that one thing had to stop or one thing had to finish first before you do the other one. Because one thing that you also get to find is sometimes as you're building, something can be true yesterday and by tomorrow it's no longer true, right? So you can't always say that you must finish one thing before you move to the next. You need to be able to work like in tandem across those different things. And for a product manager, it's even much more important. You need to be able to embrace ambiguity. Like you won't always have all the answers. Sadly, you're the one that will be required to provide all the answers. But you won't always have all the answers. So you need to be able to find a way to sort of like work with that. So how we do discovery, and I've said discovery is where good ideas come from. Now, ideas can come in the form of people just telling you problems or you observing problems that they have. Ideas might also come from people telling you solutions, right? Giving you feature ideas to say, oh, I want you to build this, I want you to do that. Why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? And then you start to like dig in deeper to see what else, or why is the reason that you're asking for, what's the reason that you're asking for that particular feature. So for us, how this tends to play out is sometimes the ideas would come from the objectives that have been set for the year. Sometimes it might be a function of this is the vision that we have as an organization, right? And we're going to be building towards it gradually. So when CarryWise first started, it was just savings that we were offering. But over time, we moved to mutual funds. Now we've added stocks, right? And so it's to give an idea of the fact that we're really trying to help people build wealth, and that can take different shapes and different forms per time. So it's always going to be a question of this is the vision we have. Is there something that we can do to build towards that vision that we've set for ourselves? So sometimes that's where the ideas will come from. Sometimes it might be a function of the strategy that we're looking to, to deploy. So to break strategy down a bit, it's essentially just saying that this is how we've said we want to play in the market. Key example, we started out with like mobile apps and whatnot because that's what will make things accessible to everybody. Now we're seeing that, AI is coming up and things like that. So the question might then be, this is a move in terms of the technological space that we've already said will be one of the things we would leverage in offering our services. Do we want to explore other things here, right? Another part of strategy might also be in terms of how we want to reach customers. Because when you're thinking about your strategy, you're thinking about the problem you're solving. You're thinking about the value, that's the actual solution you're providing. You're thinking about how you would reach out to customers, right? So there are different buckets within your strategy. So it's just looking at those different aspects and then saying, are there areas where you can improve? Are there areas where you still have room to like dig deeper, go in some more, and just look at things differently again? And then initiatives. So these are a bit more specific, right? So looking at data. So we have different metrics that we track for our product and just for the business in general. So it can be that we're looking at the data and then we're saying, oh, we're seeing a decline here, or we're seeing that there's a potential opportunity here, right? What can we do to essentially drive that number up, right? So those are some of the ways that ideas can come. One thing that we're also very big on is user feedback, right? So we're always paying attention to what customers are saying, whether it's based on conversations that they're having with the support team, or based on Play Store, App Store reviews that people are dropping, or just messages that they send to us directly sometimes, or even research that we might conduct ourselves to say we specifically want to get customers' context on this particular area. But we have different buckets, different mediums that we're using to gather user feedback per time. And that's some of the things that would also give us like ideas to say, oh, we're seeing a lot more inquiries or complaints, right, from this area or from that area, and so on and so forth. Another is team ideas. So it can also be a case where just within the company we've had certain things that we've done that were a function of people just suggesting things, right, to say, oh, what if we change how this particular thing works? One example is football 7 circles, for instance. So that was something that came from someone simply saying, instead of just creating a circle that is named after a club and asking people to go put in money there, what if there was a way that we could plug into an API and then just automate the entire process, right? So sometimes these things would come from team members just giving like feedback, or somebody just looking at the data and seeing something that no other person has seen, and then they point it out and say, well, I have this idea based on this data that I'm seeing. And then of course market trends. So I gave the example of how we went with like doing NG stocks at the time we did because of how we could see that the market was evolving. Market trend, I think technological trend can also go in there, would also be just looking at how things are changing. If somebody were to build a CarryWise, say in 1994, it might not have been as successful as it is now because you don't have as much mobile device penetration then, right, like you do now. So it's also just understanding how is the world evolving, right? Where are people going? What are people using? The people that you're particularly interested in. So it's paying attention to those things, paying attention to how the economy itself is even changing, right? What are new regulations, new policies that might make certain things possible for you now that you probably couldn't do before, right? So just looking at all of that. And that's to also say that ideas will not always come from technical people, or you as a product manager, you don't need to be the only person you don't even need to be the person that is giving the ideas, right? I think your responsibility is even more in determining what ideas, so what problems are worthy of us to actually solve, right? So you are more like the soundboard than you need to be the person who is coming up with all of the ideas. And yeah, so I was pointing that out to say, it can be something that comes from a legal person or from portfolio. Again, we've had cases like that, right? So portfolio manager is reviewing the numbers and then spots that there's something happening here. What if we do this, right? Legal and compliance looking at, oh, there's this new regulation that allows us to now do this. Is this something we want to explore? So ideas can come from any of those places, and you're just taking all of that, and then obviously you would filter based on that. All right, so delivery is where we are now choosing what we're actually going to build. Just checking. I hope people online are following. Hi, online audience. We're good. Okay. All right. And I think you can start just noting your questions. In case you have any questions, you can start dropping them, and then, because I think I'll be done soon, so we can do more Q&A. All right, so delivery is where you're choosing what gets built. And for us, what that looks like is we're looking at 3 things. So one is impact versus effort. because you will never run out of ideas of things to build. In fact, you will be in deficit in terms of you have 100 ideas, you maybe only build 10. You will always have ideas on what you can, in terms of what you can build. So you always need to prioritize. That's not something that you can avoid. So for us, it's looking at impact effort. So impact is how much value are we likely to get from this, or how much value are we likely to create for customers out of this, and then what's the effort that it requires. This is not to say that if something requires a lot of effort, you're not going to do it, but it's also being able to justify why you'll be putting that much effort into something. So if you're going to require to spend like a whole year building something, and only say 2% of your customer base would actually find value in it, right? That's probably not going to be a good use of your resources, because as a business, at the end, you're also there to make money. The product is there to also help the business grow. So if it's not going to be driving significant value, then you need to question why that's something that you might want to do. So it's looking at impact effort. So if it requires a lot of effort, then potentially it should mean that there's significant impact that you'll be getting from it. And then it's also looking at, okay, there are some things that don't necessarily require a lot of effort in that sense, but they might be beneficial to your customers, right? Because you don't want to focus only on the things that are high stakes. You don't want to focus just on building new stuffs, building new mind-blowing things. You also want to be paying attention to maintaining what you already have, because that's what customers are going to be interacting with in the meantime. And if the experience they are getting from that is not great, is wonky, you probably will not even have any customer by the time your new and mind-blowing stuff would go live, right? So you always want to find a balance in that regard. Then strategic fit, in the sense of you're not building something just because others are building it. Does it actually fit into the context of the direction that you as an organization are going? Does it fit into the context of what you want to offer to customers, what you can afford to manage or or maintain? Does it fit into the context of the vision that you have, right? So you don't just wake up and build something because every other person is building it, or people are talking about it, or any of those things, right? So there's always going to be that part of, does this actually fit into the broad spectrum of what we're about? And then the third thing is capacity. So you can't build without people, right? So there's also going to be trying to balance, okay, we have 10 ideas, but we only have enough resources to handle 4, which again is why you need to do the other 2, because if you have just 4 people to attend to 10 ideas, then you need to really look at what is most important for us to actually pick right now. So that's on that, yeah. And then the next part is also then working with design and engineering. And this is just simplifying it, right? Because you would work with different teams, different departments, depending on the scope of the work that you're doing. But 2 people that a product manager would typically always interact with: design and engineering. So in terms of design, that's where you're moving from just having the ideas, moving from just saying these are the target audience or this is what we're looking at, so actually building the flows, building the screens, right? Actually bringing things into reality gradually. So you're now saying, this idea that we have, this is how it's likely to play out, right? A customer will start from A to B to C to D to E and so on and so forth. You're ensuring that it's going to be something that they can use. That's what usability really is about. That it's something people can use, it's something people understand, can work with, can flow through, and will not get thrown off. And then clarity, of course. People need to understand what you're interacting with. If not, you're likely to lose them. And while working with design, you might have cases where you probably need to review, which goes back to what I said earlier about design, delivery, insights. Everything is a loop, right? It's feeding into each other. So by the time you're working with a designer, you might start to see that maybe there are areas of the problem that you don't fully understand, so you need to go back and do some more digging to see what you can find in that regard. Or maybe there was a particular direction that you were thinking about in terms of solving the problem, but now you see that if you go that way, right, it might not, be an ideal process, or it can be better, right? So you start to explore just different ways to solve that problem. And then when you're working with engineering, it becomes a thing where you're trying to define scope. So we have this idea that can go from here to the end of that room, but within the time frame that we have, what can we do? Do we need to maybe start from here to here and then we keep layering on like that? Or do we need to start from here to here? Let's even see and use that to validate our assumptions before we then, build out every other single thing. You'll be dealing with trade-offs, right? So trade-offs essentially is you saying that, again, we have all of this. Do we need to remove this? Do we do this? Just in terms of how you would want to go about bringing things to reality. And obviously you need to align on timelines, right? So I think one thing to mention is you're not doing this for just at the initial stage when you have the ideas, right? I know that people there can be that pressure to want to provide like a timeline for every single thing, but the honest truth is there's only so far into the future that you can predict. So you can't give a timeline for every single thing. So for us, usually when we set timelines are on things that we're going to actively start working on. So we're already sure that, okay, we've done a lot of work to say, this is what we need to cover, this is what needs to be done, this is what needs to be done. And then we can sort of do our best to estimate what time frame we would need for that, right? But if we're not picking something up now, say like the next 1 month, we're not doing it and we're not even sure when we're going to pick it up, we will not set a timeline yet. So yeah, so when it comes to working with engineering, that's some of the things that you would then look at. It didn't move again. Okay, thank you. All right, so ship and learn. This is the insights phase. Now you've done discovery, you've done delivery, you've worked with design, worked with engineering, and you have this product. Before we would push it, what we typically would do is testing, right? So there are some products where we get to just test internally. There are some where we're also releasing in like batches to see what the experience would look like with customers. And then we can tweak based on that. But for everything that we do, there's typically like an acceptance criteria to say, these are the things that must hold true, right? These are the expectations that we have as customers go through these flows. If that's not happening, we can't push the product, right? So you're testing that. We're working with the growth and marketing team around how we want to launch, how we want to do communications for the product, things like that. And then the product manager, the product team would also have discussed things around what metrics do we need to track, right? Because if you did not measure, if you don't have anything to measure what you've built, then again, if we go back to the beginning, you're making assumptions. So you need to be aware that what you're building, there's no guarantee that it's going to work or it would play out exactly how you've imagined it. So you need something to be able to keep you in check. You need something to help you see, am I on track? Are my assumptions right? Or do I need to go back and, do some work? So you would have defined your metrics to say, how do you know that this thing is working as it should? What are the things you'll be paying attention to? What are the user journey that, you need to also observe to see how customers are starting, where they're probably dropping off. Those who are completing the flow, are they going through like a different pathway, all of that. Then feedback again. So this is just customer feedback. So what are people saying, right? Whether on social media, whether directly to you, that's by engaging the support team, or whether it's even you reaching out to them, right? So those are some of the things that we would typically have in place to just have an idea of how this thing is doing. And then issues, which still ties to feedback in a sense, but this is speaking specifically to what you're seeing in terms of support tickets, and then also what you can pick in terms of errors that customers might be getting. So when we first went live with NG Stocks, right, one thing that were done was to set up like a Slack channel and then just have notifications coming based on certain error responses that customers were getting. And we did that because we knew that we did not have full context of what can go wrong, right, when a customer is going through the process. So the idea was, okay, for the first couple of weeks, days, months, however long it would take, we're just going to be on top of whatever error responses people are getting. So when people go through the flow and there's an error, we already get a Slack notification to see, okay, is it just one-off? Is it repeated? And then we start to dig into, why did this happen? What can we do to solve it, right? So that was helping us stay on top of things and just find a way to fix some of those early problems that would come up, and then we keep iterating in that sense. So yeah, so it doesn't just end at pushing the product out there. You actually need to also pay attention to how the product is doing, what are people saying, and then using that to determine your next steps. So in summary, whether you're a product manager or not a product manager, I think some of these things still hold true for you, but specifically for a product manager, it's you knowing that what you're doing is essentially solving problems. So pick a problem, whether you are actively the product manager on something now, pick a problem, ask yourself what needs to be true for this problem to for this solution, or for you to succeed in solving this particular problem, and then create clarity, right? But don't try to have all the answers. Like I said, you need to be comfortable working in ambiguity, knowing that you know some things, you're not clear on some things, you'll figure some things out as you go, right? You need to be clear on what you know, be clear on what you don't know, and then what you're doing to close that gap, right? And finally is just test, learn, iterate, rinse and repeat. You keep going at it. So thank you for listening to my short TED talk. All right. So questions here. If you're online, please ask questions.
Okay.
Let me feel your presence through your questions.
Yeah. Okay. So while we wait for people offline, we have some online questions. How do you properly identify what users actually want, especially when they say one thing but behave differently?
So I think he's really just digging into why. So if someone comes and says, I want this feature, just keep asking why, right? So it's to say, why do you want this? And then they probably say, oh, I was trying to do XYZ and this happened, and that's why I want this, right? So what you're trying to get to the root of is the problem. So that's why I said the main work is in finding the right problem. It's not necessarily that you're even starting with building something. It's actually understanding where there's a problem. So when someone comes to you with a solution, then you need to kind of work backwards with them to understand why they're asking for that solution. So ask why. Ask questions around what were they trying to do, right? That makes them think that this is something that would then solve the issue for them. So try to understand the context, because sometimes it might not even be that they need something new. It might just be that the current thing that you have, maybe you need to remove something, or you just need to change one tiny thing, or just explain something better. So it's really just working backwards to see what were you trying to do? Why do you think you need this thing? And then that should give some clarity.
Okay. Does anybody here have a question right now? I can take one from here. Okay, cool.
Okay. Yeah, my question is still kind of related to that. Okay, so when you have an idea, how do you test your core assumptions? Because sometimes some ideas, they look promising, and we can't, again, you can't build every product just because they look promising. So where do you decide, okay, even though this look promising, it doesn't really, it's not, we can't validate these, or just the assumptions that, okay, maybe this would work, this will not work, because you need something solid to move on. So how do you test your core assumptions when you have an idea?
So it depends on what the assumption is, right? Let me see what I can do. So sometimes testing the assumptions might be as simple as doing a survey to just understand how people think about something, right? Or it might be a survey to understand if people are interested in something, right? And then another example might be that if you're trying to test the assumption, maybe it's around if you can build something, it can be as simple as checking if anybody has built it, right? Because if nobody has built it, there's probably a serious work waiting for you in that regard. But if someone has built something like it, then you can know that, okay, maybe it's not going to be so difficult to build, right? Or if you're already within an existing company, then it might be something where your engineers are the ones who would sort of need to do the work to see if we need to build this, what do we need to have in place? Do we need to maybe work with a third-party provider? What would the implications for that be? Is this something that our current infrastructure can hold, or do we need to change infrastructure, right? So it really just depends on what you're trying to find, but there are different things that you can do depending on what it is. So if it's to check whether something is going to make sense business-wise, then obviously you want to run assumption, you want to run like projections in terms of, we're assuming that 10 customers are going to pay for this thing, and these 10 customers, would they be willing to pay $1,000 each, right? So you need to then question, just break things down in that sense. So if it's something to do with building, with feasibility, then you need technical like help in that regard to say, is this something that we can build? Is this something that our servers or our systems or our infrastructure can take, or do we need to make some upgrades in that regard? If it's something to do with value, right, will people want this, then you really need to just engage people and see if there's a problem there. That's one. Another thing is sometimes with value, people might not know that that's what they need. You now need to figure out how to make it clear to them that this is something that is beneficial to you, right? So I don't think anybody sat down somewhere thinking that they needed an iPhone, but Apple somehow got all of us to think that, oh, you need, right? And all the other mobile companies got us to think that you need a mobile device. Not necessarily, like if you had asked people, maybe they would have told you that they just need a better landline or something like that, right? So sometimes people might not have the words to say that this is what they need. You're the one who would then need to leverage the different insights that you have, or the different understanding of like the technology space and whatnot that you have to say this might be the best approach. But in summary, all of that is to say, depending on the assumption, there are different techniques that you can try to like validate. So some might require building, some might just be speaking with people to see how they respond. Some might be you just putting like a prototype, so a design, and just having people like walk through the flow, see where they trip, see where they ask questions, things like that.
So you guys recently launched Bloom, and it doesn't seem like something that is for like the general public. So I'm wondering, what were like the core assumptions that you made? How did you validate it? Because it seemed like, oh, something that is for, but how did you know that, okay, people are going to take this, or people will just think, oh, why is this even necessary? Like, what were the core assumptions for that particular product?
So Bloom is not actually a product, and we didn't just launch it. So it's, yeah, I know. So it's more like a customer categorization, right? So you know how, who does that thing now? I think banks, for example, have like, you have different segments, right? And then you know that for each segment that you're dealing with, they have different needs. And so you start to not just treat everybody as the same, but also start to understand like what's the context for each person here. So for us, I think we grew to the point where we realized that, oh, we have a specific segment of customers that are different from the rest. How can we serve those guys better, right? And then just moving from there. So it's the same way we also worked on Nest. Nest is specifically for parents. It's not open to everybody. It was realizing that we have people who are creating plans and naming it in their child's name, for example. So it's like, okay, maybe there's something that we can do in this regard. So it's just paying attention to the data and seeing that there are certain segments or certain behaviors that start to stick out, and then you just take it one after the other.
I have a final question.
No problem.
So you said that.
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry. You said that ideas can come from different teams. So I'm wondering if an idea, because you used an example of like the legal team, and I'm like, if somebody from the legal team comes up with the idea, do they become the product owner?
Okay, so well, we don't do product owner here. We just have the product manager. So you have the idea, you share the idea, and then product manager would pick it from there. So basically just engaging to see, is this something that makes sense for us to do? Or is this something that maybe it's not necessarily in alignment, right? But the product manager will still be the one to coordinate the idea.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so another online question is, in a situation where customers prefer cheaper options, how do you design product bundles or pricing strategies that still increase overall revenue?
Tricky. So we don't really get to do pricing here at CarryWise. So I might not be able to give you from like an experience perspective. But I think maybe the question then that I will put to you is going back to like understand, is there a mismatch? So like, are you trying to offer a product to people that cannot pay for the product, right? Because that's where they might be looking for something cheaper, but then you're giving them something that they cannot actually afford. And if you pay attention to, I think physical products, people who do like physical product, that's something they do, and they are very intentional with. So you see how, who started that thing recently? I'm trying to remember. Someone is selling something that is high price, like maybe you have, let me use water. So you have 50 cl, for example, and then they know that they need to increase the price of that. Then they give you 33 cl to kind of balance it out. Right? They do it with physical, like, so you see it a lot in things like that. It's because they know that this other product, we need to hit this particular margin for it, but we also don't want to lose this customer segment. So they try to find a balance. So I think my question would be maybe going back to the drawing board to say, are you actually offering, maybe it's the right product, but the wrong audience? And then you need to sort of check that again. And if it's something that maybe you then need to carve out something separately for your customer segment, or for that customer segment that wants something cheaper, then that might be one way. I think the other thing to pay attention to would be, what are you charging for? So by that, I mean, are you actually putting the cost at the point of value for people? So if I'm charging you for, let's see, if I'm charging you for asking a question as opposed to answering a question, you might not understand why you need to pay just to ask a question. But if the fee is more in the sense that, oh, you ask me a question, I will answer, and you get the clarity that you need, that's actually what's valuable to you. If I'm charging you at that point, right, it makes more sense because that's where you are seeing the value from. Do you get? So let me take it again. So, you know, you can ask a question and then you get an answer. Asking a question doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get value. If I'm charging you simply because you asked me a question, not because I'm going to answer and give you clear next steps of what to do, there's already a value mismatch in terms of when I'm putting my pricing, right? So sometimes you need to also look at, are you charging people at the point where they are actually getting value, so they can then see why that fee should be charged, right? So those are like the two things I would suggest, and I hope that helps.
Okay, please come. So can we do this? People here, can you just come to that side so that this place is free? Just go to that side. You stay in front of this.
Ah, sorry, you guys were freezing.
Okay, hello.
Hi.
I have two questions.
I like your hair.
Thank you. I have two questions. We have, is this okay? Okay. We have discussed about.
Can you look at so that
I should look at
yeah.
you. Okay. We have discussed about issues concerning customers' needs, users' needs. As a product manager, I would like to ask, what would you do when you have issues with people working in the team? Like, for example, you said we should work with the engineers. What would you do if we have disagreements with the engineers, or there's an issue when it comes to priorities with probably the stakeholders concerning the product to be built? Thank you.
All right. So I think disagreements are expected, right? You're working with people, so it's only normal for it to happen. What I would say is trying to understand why it's happening. So you're having a disagreement with an engineer. Is it because they think something should be handled differently? Right? If that's the case, then you want to get to the root, like what is driving that assumption for them. And then when you have that, two things can happen. It's either it helps you see something that you missed originally, or you realize that maybe you guys were thinking of the same thing but different ways. So you need to do extra work in communicating what exactly you're trying to achieve, right? But I think disagreements are, it's normal for them to happen. For me, I feel like if an engineer is not questioning me, they did not engage with that thing, and it's cause for concern, because I want them to ask me questions. That's what will make me also see certain things that I might have missed. That's what would also make me go back and rethink certain things and then come and say, oh, maybe I don't think I did this well, or I explained this well previously. Let's do this or that direction, right? So I think it's okay to have those disagreements, as long as it's not just people fighting or disagreeing for the sake of it, but try to get to the root. Like, why do you have this? Why don't you agree, right? What are you seeing? What's driving that assumption? And then based off that, like the next steps to take. I think it's the same thing with any other person, really. So if it's a disagreement with design or with compliance or whatever stakeholder it is really trying to understand what is making them have a different position, and then you can move from there. So it doesn't just look like you're saying no without getting any context first. So get context, then you know what exactly to actually deal with or how to bring them on board, on the same page. And one thing that often helps is also understanding the people that you're working with. So if you're dealing with someone who needs data, you cannot just use emotions to explain. You need to find a way to give them data to work with. If you're dealing with someone who can get emotional, who is more like in the feeling or intuition kind of, then you need to find a way to bring them into like that comfortable space or things like that, right? So just understand the people you're working with, get context, and move from there.
Okay, so last question, sorry. Okay, for example, CarryWise has a product which is the savings plan. Let's say a significant number of people sign up for the savings plan, but then we have, let's say we're expecting like 60% performance with it, and then we have like 20% or 10% people making their first deposit. How would you, as a product manager, how would you think, what would you think would be the problem, and how would you design, how would I call it, like experiment to test what the issue is?
So experiments will be based on what you find out. But remember I mentioned that when we're building, we usually have metrics, right? So from the get-go, when we start building, we're already asking ourselves, what are like the things that we're paying attention to say that this product is a success or is likely to be a success, right? So we have those metrics already in place. Using the example you gave, for a savings plan, we're going to be paying attention to deposits. So how many people are actually funding those plans when they create it, how much is coming from all of the deposits that people are making, how are people going through the process of creating a savings plan, right? So we will want to see how many people start, how many people stop, where are people dropping off, right? So if we notice that, say we were expecting to get 1 million and then we're seeing 100K, for instance, then we start to work backwards to say, okay, from where people are starting to the final step, what's happening? Are people stopping at the point where they need to fund? Why are they stopping, right? So you just take it one step after the other. Where's the first problem? Where are you seeing like the major friction or the major drop off? And then we start to ask why. Some things you might be able to tell from just looking at like the flow. Some things might require you to then engage customers, send out a survey, call customers, and say what exactly is happening. We noticed you started this, but you didn't complete it. Why is that? And then you see like what patterns would emerge from that. Based off that information that we then have, we can now start to say, okay, we saw that most of the problem was at the point of funding. People were generating their account number, but they were not funding. And then we've reached out to them and they said XYZ, the bank account number was not resolving on their bank, for example. We then know that, okay, maybe we need to provide a different bank account number, right? So they have options to work with. Or we find that people are getting to the point of funding, but account number is not coming up. So obviously there's nothing for them to fund. We need to go back and look at how do we optimize that particular process. So that's how we would handle it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, there's still, wow, a couple of questions. So we'll be wrapping up in maybe another 5-ish minutes. So just a few questions before then. So there's an online question that says, how does a PM handle strong stakeholder opinions that are not backed by data without losing alignment?
So I think it's still tied to, I think was the first question she asked. My take is to really understand where people are coming from first, right? Try to understand. So before you disagree, first engage. So just try to understand where's the person coming from, what's driving that opinion, mindset, idea, or whatever it is, right? Like what's driving that. And then when you have that context, I think it helps you know how to then further interact with the person. And to be honest, sometimes you will agree to disagree. You might be the one who is wrong. They might be the one who is wrong. And then at the end of the day, we shall know who is wrong, one way or the other, right? So I say that because I know that there are cases where you might disagree with something and you probably still have to build it. There's no denying that. But at the end of the day, the results will prove who was right and who was wrong. But I think the first thing is to engage. Don't be quick to just say, oh, I don't buy into what you're saying. Find a way to maybe meet at a middle point sometimes, right? So if the person is really just opinionated, find a way to agree with them and say, okay, what if we do this? To first of all see how it plays out, right? So you're not giving in fully, but you're at least not also just ignoring or making it look like you're completely throwing out what they're suggesting as well.
So I have a question. Have there been situations where compliance concerns affected a product's direction?
So I think that I've had it easy at CarryWise, to be honest, because I hear people complaining about legal and compliance.
Yeah.
They're my friends. So I think I've really had it easy at CarryWise. I would say yes and no, right? So for the most part, I think the one thing that, or the culture that we've been able to build at CarryWise is nothing is impossible. We just need to figure out a way around it. And that trickles down to how we handle things around regulation or compliance or whatever. So when I'm speaking with our legal and compliance team, I'm not going, it doesn't feel like I have to jump through hoops and so many hurdles and whatnot. It's just, okay, we want to do this. We know that there's this constraint. How can we move forward in light of this, right? So we've had cases like that. But I think it's always just going back to say, okay, is this something that we must do? Do you understand? So in terms of the impact that we want to be able to achieve or the results that we're looking for, is this something that we need to be able to do? And then we can move from there to say, how do we achieve this thing? Like, what do we need to do? What is it that we maybe need to engage regulatory stakeholders? Is it that we need to maybe speak with other people who might have gone through the same thing? Just finding a way around it, right? And if it's something that maybe it's not really worth it in the long run, then we might as well just let things be and wait for when it's a good time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, last question here.
So my question is based on my curiosity. You mentioned that when you created the NGN stocks, that there was a Slack that was created to notify you when any customer face an error. I believe if a customer face error, like it's most likely that the customer will not want to do it again. So is it after you solve the problem, do you now reach out to the customer to make them understand that okay, you can now do this thing instead of just leaving them and letting them just go?
Yeah, so at that point in time, one thing that we're doing was so we didn't roll out to everybody at first. So it was easy to observe certain things and then engage people, immediately. The other side to it was for some of the first customers that we were testing it out with, it was a way for us to get feedback that would then help us solve problems on a larger scale, right? So if we release to say 100 customers, we see that 10 have this problem, we find a way to fix it. By the time we extend to 1,000 customers, we already have an automated process of handling that same problem, so to say. Yeah, so at some point, yes, we would reach out to say, oh, we saw that you had this problem. Can you try this again now? Or sometimes some of them would even reach out, right? And we already would tell them, yeah, we noticed this, we're looking into it, we'll give you feedback. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much. So I would like to ask that based on like current user behavior trend that you've seen, obviously different from as to when CarryWise started initially, do you feel like there's any product that you would build differently compared to the way it was built initially? And then also, is there any product that you built that when you built it fits like whatever it is that was going on, like the customer assumption, behavior, all of that, that doesn't fit the current behavior of like users right now? And like, how do you address that, like the changes?
Something we built that fits at the time, but doesn't fit now. Do we have that?
Not necessarily like a dramatic change, but like
Yeah.
maybe a little interaction change.
I'm trying to think. Do we have anything we've built? But experiences didn't even really go live. It didn't really go live. COVID happened to us. For gifts, I don't want to go that route. So I think for experiences, right, we actually, let me even start from what led to experiences. That will probably answer the question. So we had circles, which we've now just grouped to primarily sports circles and then the ones that you get to build with friends. And at that time, what we noticed, right, what initially built it as something for group of friends or siblings or whatever saving together, but then we started to see that people were saving primarily for things like travel. Like we're seeing cases where people were using that for travel. And so we decided that, you know what, we would build out experiences. Yeah. So in the sense that people can, so travel, we would just partner with like travel organizations. They would set up the circle. People can join that. They deposit money and then they can take out the money. I think for us, what eventually changed, one was COVID, but also it was the realization that this doesn't actually fit our business model. Because if we had done that, we would essentially be acting like a payment partner. So travel companies want their money instantly because they need to go and book for spaces, book for flights, book for all of that. We were fund managers. We need to hold the money. so we will clash. So I think that was one thing that we eventually realized that, okay, we can't actually go live with this particular thing. It will be working against what our typical model is.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of Yami's session. I hope we've learned a thing or two. I know we had a lot of questions. Online people had a lot of questions as well. But we've come to the end of this session, right? So now we have our CEO, Razak. He was supposed to come earlier, but he's here now. And, he's going to just talk to you about, the vision of CarryWise, how we came to be, and whatever questions you have for him, you can ask as well. So, Razak? Yes, a little bit.
Why do I need Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I think I've met like three of you this morning. Remember gold. Who has the next unusual name here? If you know your name is unusual, like gold. You all have usual names. Anyways, thanks for coming. I hope you've been having a good day so far. I think I would just want it to be more of you asking questions and me responding to the question because I don't know where to start from, right? And I have just 10 minutes thereabouts. So I think the time will be more productively spent if you ask questions and then I respond to the questions. Does that make sense? Okay.
Why? How did CarryWise start?
How it started?
Yes. And were you a fund manager before transitioning into CarryWise? And like that one was online.
Oh, okay. Yeah, CarryWise started like many other companies, right? Yeah, I had investment management background, and I think that played an important role in founding CarryWise because of the insights. So I'd worked in Meristem, Vertiva as investment analyst, so I understand the investment management industry. Let me say a bit then. And that was primarily the source of inspiration for founding CarryWise. Based on the understanding we had about the industry, how the existing players were managing the industry, we felt we could do a lot better. And then CarryWise came to be. So the gap that CarryWise was meant to fill was the gap that the traditional asset managers left unfilled, which was having millions of people have access to investment products. If you look at traditional asset managers, usually they are not concerned about having millions of customers. They're only concerned about having just few thousands of customers who have significantly large amounts of money, right? But for us, if you have 1,000 if you have 2,000, we know you grow. You have millions someday, right? So that's the thesis largely, right? So yeah, I have background in investment management, and that helped. That's to be gold.
Okay. Okay. So first I would like to. Oh, I have to stand up.
Yeah.
All right. So first, I would like to appreciate the idea of CarryWise. I think my question is how were you sure that people were going to be able to trust you with their money, right? Because before the old CarryWise, we had like the traditional colo, you can keep your money, you know where it is. But then building a product that you're like, come and save your money with me and be sure that you would get it. How were you able to get Nigerians, especially, to be able to trust you with their finances and their financial growth? Yeah.
Okay. So I think we had some level of confidence, maybe not 100% confidence level, but the insights we had about the market helped in strengthening our conviction to move ahead, right? We knew for sure that Nigerian banks were growing, especially if you look at their numbers, especially the new generation banks. I think we're all alive when the likes of GTB took over all the new generation banks, GT Bank, Access Bank, Sterling, all the new generation banks. Before then, we had the old guys, the First Bank. How many of you know AfriBank? Yeah? No. Okay. My regards to your dad. So Union Bank, First Bank, AfriBank, Oceanic Bank. No, Oceanic Bank was among the new generation bank that failed. So Intercontinental Bank, Oceanic Bank, GTB, Access Bank, those are the new generation banks. The old generation banks were First Bank, Union Bank, AfriBank. There are many of them, old banks. But the new generation banks came and they took over the scene, the banking scene, which showed that as population grew, we had new generation of people who wanted new banking experience. And for the new generation banks to grow significantly, more than the whole generation banks, it meant that there was a real market for the new guys. And that was the thesis for us, really, that if that could happen within the banking industry, then we could replicate that within the asset management industry, right? So that was the theory that we said we should work on, and yeah, played out nicely. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
So, I would like to come from
madam?
I would like to come from the angle of an entrepreneur because obviously. So, how did you handle it to make people understand your idea? And has there ever been any time where, whenever this idea comes or you try to pitch it to somebody and they are not buying it, how do you handle that emotionally, and then you come back, receipt again, and say, no, I'm not giving up on this thing? And how long did it take you to actually bring the idea into actualization? Let me just put that way. Thank you.
The timeline is difficult to plot out. But the idea was just an idea, not something that got formed at a point in time. It's something that got strengthened over time, right? I would say the idea was from my days in Meristem as an investment analyst. After school, I joined Meristem as an investment analyst. People used to get to me that, oh yeah, I wanted to invest in shares and all of that. But then Meristem minimum investment amount was around 800,000 naira or so. Even our staff, I couldn't afford 100,000. We had a special amount that staff could start with. And that was why we as staff were able to invest in stocks, right? So many people that were reaching out definitely couldn't afford to. But CarryWise wasn't formed at that point, but a seed was sown that there were people out there that wanted to invest but couldn't invest because they didn't have the minimum amount required for them to invest. So if there was any timeline to be set in terms of when that seed of forming a company was sown, it would be there. But at that point, there wasn't any conviction to start a company, right? And starting a company was, so many events happened, from Meristem to Vetiva to Shell and so many moving, jumping around different companies. And the first job of starting it was to get someone to buy into the idea, to go on the journey with you. And I think that person will be your first customer. By saying the person is your first customer doesn't mean the person is the person investing or so. It's the person you're going on that journey, which is my co-founder, Edward. He's upstairs there. If you're able to sell that vision to someone, for the person to live whatever they're doing with their lives, to follow you or to be part of a journey with you, that is your first attempt to creating life into that idea, right? So if you're starting anything, and before you start getting customers, if you can't sell that thing to someone who believes that, yeah, what you're trying to do makes sense, so I will abandon everything I'm doing in my life to follow you and craft my life around that idea, then you are probably not convincing enough, right? It doesn't mean the idea is wrong, because everybody might not see it. You might be the only one crazy enough to see it, right? But a good test of whether the idea makes sense is to have someone reasonable to talk to convince, and for the person to follow you through, right? I think that would be the first indication that there might be something here. For this person, this guy is sensible enough, right? For the person to say, okay, yeah, this makes sense, then let's go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So my question is that looking at the growth of CarryWise, what is the
what's the name? I think because I knew those two people already. Yeah.
My name is Aliyah Alim.
Aliyah Alim.
Yes, I'm a 300 level economics student at the University of Lagos. Okay, so I would like to ask, looking at the growth of CarryWise, I want to ask specifically to a particular part of the growth moment, right? Okay. What is one big takeaway that you think Y Combinator gave CarryWise and how it played into its growth up until this moment? And then my second question is that looking at CarryWise, right, the way they came into the ICC license and all of that, and how other fintech have taken that step, like a footprint, right? Do you think any fintech that is starting today would do anything dramatically different from what CarryWise has done, like the difference it made compared to 2025?
Yeah, there are two questions.
Yeah.
So, um, so for Y Combinator, if we were to do it all over again, given the conditions that existed when we got into YC, I would do it all over again, and again and again. I think YC gave us that global validation that we needed at that point to continue on the journey without thinking we're doing something wrong or without thinking we're mad. So having someone like YC, a company like YC saying, we want to fund you, it's a global validation that you need to strengthen your conviction, your confidence that, oh yeah, let's go. We have this global giant behind us. We must be doing something. So it's like you against the world kind of vibe. And beyond that conviction and confidence that YC gave, YC also gave us direction in terms of what we should be looking at. And that direction came from two angles. The periodic catch up with the YC partners, because they've met with hundreds or if not thousands of similar companies. So they have idea of what a good startup looks like, what you should be focused on. So that's number one. Then the second one is the YC community itself. You being within a community of startup founders from across the world. So you're seeing what your colleagues from Latin America is doing, what your colleagues from North America is doing, Asia. It gives you that sense of you are in good company, right? So, and you can cross-learn from them. So those two things are very important. So YC will just give you a platform to thrive. So it's now your responsibility to make the best out of that platform in terms of the people you connect with, in terms of the knowledge base you draw from, and so on and so forth. So YC gave us direction and real confidence to move forward, because confidence is very important when you're building something like this, especially when you're starting very small. You need to have that internal confidence that you can keep going. Otherwise, you might not have gained the traction you needed at that point, but once the confidence is dead, you're dead. The idea is dead, right? So idea is nothing. What gives the idea life is the confidence you have to keep going until you start seeing real traction, right? And that confidence was the fuel we needed, really. So YC gave it to us. The second is if a new fintech is coming today, I won't rule anything out. The world is changing really fast, right? I don't want to fall in the... I don't want to be the old generation banks who thought nothing will happen until everything happened, right? So, and this is not a diss on any old generation banks. They're making mad money than us anyway. So, only that the industry landscape has changed, right? So anything can happen. Ideas are everywhere. As things change in the world, people come up with different ideas. You just never can tell what anyone... You guys sitting here can come up with a company that will beat CarryWise tomorrow. All I'm just saying is that by the time you are doing that, let's do it together, right? Right. So anything can happen, really. Nobody is a sole custodian of ideas, right? And you may underestimate what people can do until they do it. The fact that you can't do something or you're not saying it doesn't mean it can be done, right? So I won't underestimate anything. Anything can still happen. Yeah. Yeah, it will change everything. Everybody. It's just not CarryWise. It's not just CarryWise. It's everyone.
Some questions from the online community. How do you intend keeping CarryWise in a system where competitors are going, fast? The system is fast-paced. People are faced with different investment opportunities, and you don't lose your brand and your way of doing things.
Okay, I think in the face of competition, so let me even add to that. Competition is not just local anymore, right? It's even global. How we show that next year or 2 years from now, a company in the US won't give direct access to anyone in Nigeria. Of course, there are regulatory constraints to that anyways, but outside regulation, Nigerians are already having access to global investment opportunities. And I'm talking about the regular traditional asset classes, the contemporary asset classes like crypto and so on and so forth. So people already have access, they have windows to what is happening across the world. So competition is global, not just among players, but also in terms of what people are investing in, right? But one thing that one needs to maintain and protect very strongly is that your identity. What do people know you for, right? I think various industries will have multiple winners, all right? And what will stand you out as a company will be your ability to hold on to that identity that people know you for. And that identity can be made up of either trust that people have about you. People know that you can be trusted. When you say A, your A is A. That if you say they should put their head on the ground, they won't ask questions. They know you're doing that because you have their best interest at heart. So that identity matters a lot. And I think that will be the major differentiator eventually, because most of these other things that we call competition will be commoditized. There are things that anyone can have. If you want to buy stocks, buying stock is buying stocks. Like I want to buy GT Bank stocks. There is no difference between the GT Bank stocks you buy on CarryWise and when you buy on platform A, platform B. It's the same GT Bank stocks, right? But what will make you prefer buying GT Bank stocks from CarryWise? It's not the GT Bank stocks that we are offering. It has to be something else. It might just be that you like how people in CarryWise smile, for example. So those little things might not be one thing, might be aggregate of so many things. Yeah, that identity, I think, is something that needs to be protected over time.
Good afternoon, sir. Yeah.
Why do you have to move?
Yes. So my name is Olaraju Jane Ojumirola, and my question is, I finished from Olabisi Onabanjo University. Yeah. My question is, building CarryWise, what was the biggest challenge that you faced and that you can look back now and say, okay, I took this step and it really helped? It's not necessarily when you were just starting out, it can be now, the biggest challenge that you have faced so far in CarryWise.
Biggest challenge. So there are many challenges. I don't know whether one is bigger than the other. There are just many. But I think as any company grows over time, I think one of the challenges that anyone will face as a CEO or leader in the company will be, how do you build more leaders? Really. And that is primarily because as the company grows, you can't handle everything yourself anymore. You need people to do some of those things for you, for the company. So how are you sure that they can do those things the way you want it to be done, or better than you will be able to do those things? Which means you have to build people that are either better than you or that are at the same level as you when it comes to competence in those areas. I think that's the biggest challenge, really, because you can't be a designer and an engineer and portfolio manager and CX and legal at the same time. You need Yami, you need Eno, you need people who will get into that mental space of, that headspace of leadership, right? And they'll make decisions from time to time, micro decisions, macro decisions, and all of those things add up in creating value or destroying value for the company. I think that's the biggest challenge, really, because you will probably not be doing most things yourself anymore, but you will be in charge of putting people in positions to do things. And even though you're not the one doing those things, if they don't get those things done properly, it's still your responsibility. So it's like you are being judged by what you are not responsible for. It's a very tough thing to do. I think that would be the biggest one for me at this point. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. Okay, my name is Fumilayo. I'm just do like the regular people because I wrote this down. You made mention of how it's when you were trying to build CarryWise, you reached out to your co-founder and then he understood your idea. Aside from your co-founder, of course, you started, working with other people, that's like the team members. But my question is, sometimes people buy into this your idea at first when you tell them, like when you tell people, they're like, oh wow, this is good. But at some point, some people tend to like start dropping off along the way, right? And I've actually looked into some stuff in CarryWise, and I realized that some people have even stayed up to like more than 5 years. So what's that one thing that you were doing? I'm going to say you because I feel like you and your co-founder actually like started this from the onset. So what's that one thing you were doing that you were consistently more like you're consistently telling your team member and they stayed with you until they see that aha moment, like the results of, okay, this people idea is actually working? Because honestly, it's at that point that they would now want to really stay. So what were you doing consistently before the result actually came?
I'm not sure I should answer that question. I think the people that stayed should be the one responding to that question. But let me start with, we've had people who left as well, right? We have people who left, and people will still leave. It's normal. It's a normal cycle. What really matters is you don't want to have very high attrition in terms of people leaving, new people coming in. And I think we're lucky to have that very low attrition rate. People leaving is materially low. Why do people stay? I think it's a cocktail of many things, really, not just one thing. One, I think the most important, if I were to rank those things, would be you need to give people a purpose for the work they do. Like, it shouldn't just be ticking the box. You should be doing something that is purposeful to you, something that you derive real value from as an individual, not as a staff of CarryWise. So if you are talking to your friends, are you proud of the job you do? Can you go out there and say, yeah, this is the job I do at CarryWise, for example? Is this something you're proud of? Can you go out there and tell your friends that, oh, I did X, Y, Z as part of the credential of your life, beyond you being a CarryWise staff? So people need to have the opportunity to do stuff like that. And those are the things that will keep people doing those things continuously and stay with you. If someone doesn't derive real joy, purpose, or doesn't see real value in what they're doing, they're not likely to stay. They will likely look out, right? And I'm not saying that is the only factor, but I think that's a major driver, really. If you're doing something purposeful, you are more likely than not to stay. Yeah.
Okay, so there is an online question for Razak. This person says, sorry, okay. Did you at any point almost drop the idea of building a product like CarryWise? What were your primary setbacks while building?
Yeah, we had challenges, but it never occurred to us to stop. I think the challenges we had won't be materially different from the challenges that any other company will have. If you're building something from the scratch, you will face challenges. People, funding, regulator challenges, customer problems. You can be very problematic sometimes. Yeah, so I say there are problems because they are things that you must continuously look for solution to, right? You must find a solution to them and make people happy. But it never occurred to us to stop, because I'm not sure we had the idea of a destination in mind. We just wanted to build. And one thing I've come to realize is that every time we set a target, before we meet that target becomes stale. Let's say, for example, we want to acquire 1,000 customers, and now we have just 2 customers. By the time we get to like 700, the 1,000 now looks small. Why did we set 1,000 before? We should have set 10,000. Now we'll set 10,000. 10,000 will look really, really big. By the time we get to like 6,000, 7,000, 10,000 is stale. And then we'll set 100,000. And that to me is one important way to keep yourself in the game, right? So there is no destination. It's just enjoy the journey from time to time. I still remember very well when we had 1,000 customers, 2,000 customers. Then we thought we were big. but looking back now, what were we thinking then? Like, what were we thinking? What were we doing? Smoking self. So I'm sure 5 years from now, we'll be looking back to today. I'll be thinking, you guys are saying we're big. To be honest, it looked like, oh, were we smoking at that point? And that, to me, I think is the motivation you need to keep going. Yeah.
My name is Orioluwa Abe. Sorry about my voice.
Orioluwa
Abe.
Abe.
Yes.
Okay.
So my question is, what is one defining quality you look for in people that want to build a long-term career in CarryWise?
So you see, when these questions of 111, it's tricky because I really don't think there is one thing. I think there are many things, but some might carry more weight than the others. But let me try and see if I can list a couple. I think the first one would be that you mustn't be someone that settles for the ordinary. Like just want to do basic things. You're asked to move from here to here, and you're moving in a straight line. Put some swags, you know. If you have to catwalk, you understand? You must be able to add extras. Because as I said earlier, most things will be commodities. Right. But it is the extra you add that will make you different from others. And the extras come from everyday actions, things you do on a daily basis, from the way you respond to your colleagues, to the way you attend to customers, from the quality of your ideas, all those things, right? So I think if you are someone with that kind of quality, you are likely to continuously do well. But if all you do is just the basic things, like just basic. Imagine, let's take this International Women's Day. How is it different from what others have done? Others have even finished, they move on with their lives. We are still doing it. We're still doing International Women's Day. That's exactly the point I'm talking about. You have to think through things in a very different way. And I remember there was something we did some years ago about Workers' Day. Right. Usually, I don't know, if you use most apps on Workers' Day, people just send you emails, Happy Workers' Day, right? I think that year, we wrote an article about the history of Workers' Day. And people found it more interesting than just the regular Happy Workers. So yeah, we'll still send you email, but it will be different from what every other person is sending. We'll do International Women's Day like every other company, but it will be different from the way every other company is doing it. So those are the extras I'm talking about. If you are someone with that kind of quality, I think you'll go really far. Because as you finish doing one, yeah, you do another one. Definitely. And the expectation will be set higher. Before you know, you'll be doing things that you probably didn't know you'll be able to do before. And that's what keeps you in the game. That's what keeps you in the company, because you continuously find relevance, right? You won't just wake up one day and feel, I'm not relevant here anymore, because what you're doing is appreciated, is valued, and you'll be challenged as well to do a lot more. I'm sure if they come to me to say they just send an email for International Women's Day, okay. I'm sure they may even do that. Right, so I think that's just one factor, really, but there are so many others. Right?
Okay, so someone wants to know if at any point during your journey, if you felt like giving up, because maybe when you started, there were doubts, people didn't believe in you, and people didn't really see the vision. Did you feel like giving up at any point in time?
Giving up? Ha. I don't know. We had challenges, but it has never occurred to us to give up. I think we're too young to give up. Give up on what? It's not yet World War III. You know, We can't give up, man. I don't think that's it wasn't even an option. I think the way we saw the world then and the way we see the world today is if there are challenges, we just try to solve those problems rather than run away from them. I think that's an important mindset. Just have it as a base expectation that you are going nowhere, no matter the problem. Let the problem come. How do we solve it? Then we move forward. Because we've committed to it, that this is the journey we want to take. So why do you want to give up? And because we have an understanding of the wider industry, that the opportunities are there. So the question of giving up didn't come up or doesn't come up. What comes up more often is there are problems, there are challenges. How do we solve those problems? How do we solve those challenges? And when you spend your time doing that more often, you won't preoccupy your mind with giving up. I don't think you're too young to be giving up on anything. Yeah.
Okay, so
Just two more questions. She was the last person.
Is anybody asking a question?
Okay, so you are the last question.
Okay, so it's not really a comment. It's not really a question. It's more of a comment. And should I say like blowing your trumpet, right? Because if I had the opportunity to meet you somewhere, I would definitely say, oh, thank you very much for not giving up on creating CarryWise, because it has been an opportunity, especially for young ones like us, to actually like be more interested in our finances and savings and all. I remember when I started CarryWise and my first saving, I think after a month, I wanted to take the money out. But then, away from CarryWise, you cannot remove it. So I think it really made me very disciplined. And it also translates to our life, like being consistent, following up with things that you're doing. So I think I just want to say thank you very much for not giving up on the dream of creating CarryWise, because it has actually built a lot of amazing things for people out there. So thank you, Razak.
I didn't build CarryWise.
Thank you to everybody at CarryWise. Yeah, so thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you all to all the online audience.
Thank you so much. Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much, Razak, for
Have
your
fun,
session.
guys.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yeah. Right. Okay, you were the second. Yes.
Second or third, actually.
Yeah. So, someone was saying that people have stayed at CarryWise for quite a while. Eno is one of those people. So, someone had a question around her. Maybe you should ask her, right? So, yes, Eno, take it away, please.
Alrighty. Okay. Hello, everybody. How you guys doing? How's it been so far? Seriously, how's it been? If it's been boring, tell us. We can still change it. There's still a long day ahead. But has it been impactful in any way? Yes. And I see that you guys are learning. I could feel the energy from your conversations earlier. It's good to be here, and I mean I'm honored to be speaking to you guys today. It's always great to speak to young women that are aspiring to lead their own businesses or even just start careers in regular companies. And I'll just be telling my story and then sharing how we work here at CarryWise. And I hope that you can pick one or two lessons from that and also build your own career. How do I know that the online guys can hear me? Okay, awesome. Okay. So I like to start my sessions by meeting one or two people, but I know that we're a lot here today and I might not have enough time to go around the room. So I'll just like 2 or 3 people to introduce themselves. And the online guys can also do the same. Just put your comments in the chat box and we can hear from you as well. So I want to hear in 30, 40 seconds your name, the role you applied for, something interesting about you that nobody here probably knows, and your expectation for the session. So who wants to go first? Who wants to go first? I'll pick her because she said no. Okay, Halima is her name? Yes. Hi, Halima. You might want to come this way so the online guys can see you. Or she can just sit right beside me. Okay, come close to me. Sumo me. All right, so your name, your role, something interesting about you, and your expectation for the session.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Alima Jose. I applied for the portfolio management. Something interesting about me, I don't know. I read novels and I also crochet.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
Okay, something I would
expect your expectation from the session.
From this session is to understand more about the customer management team.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Halima. All right, I want one more person. Or maybe I should tell you something interesting about myself first. Yeah. Okay, what's interesting about me? So yeah, I love languages. Languages. So I like to learn how people communicate, and not just in communicating, how they communicate. So it could be your eye movements, it could be your hand, as long as it's a way you communicate or pass information. I'm always interested or fascinated by that. And of course, I love local languages as well. I'm currently learning to speak German. And, okay, yeah, let's just focus on German for now. And I also speak 4 now? 3 Nigerian languages, actually. Yeah, just 3 Nigerian. Well, if you count Pidgin, it counts. So 4 Nigerian languages. Yeah, so that's something interesting about me. All right, let's hear from one more person so they can see you. Okay, here.
Okay, same seats.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, my name is Fumilayo Oyeni. I applied for the product management internship, so I am like a product manager. Something interesting about me is when I am sad, when things don't go my way, when I lose something, I play music, I dance so hard. Like I dance and I feel better.
Therapy.
Continue with life.
Right.
And then what I hope to get from the session is understanding customers, right? I understand that customers are actually like they help us solve problems, but I want to understand how you guys at CarryWise have been able to put that balance, that when that angry customer comes to you and tell you you're mad, you're stupid, you owe my money, and then how you guys are able to calm them down and then you now solve their problem. I want to see how you guys do that thing, because I think I have done it, and then I could see how the person spoke to me. And then I was like, this is thoughtful. Like I reacted too much. Then I had to like calm down. So yeah, until like, what's the process you guys use in doing all of those things? Yeah,
okay.
That's all.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right. So I hope I'll be able to meet your expectations. Did they capture your expectations for the session? Did any of their expectations like tally with what you had in mind? Okay. All right. Let's get right into it. So yeah, you already know my name, right? It's Eno, and we go by first name here, so you can call me Eno, right? I lead the customer experience team here at CarryWise, And I've done that I joined CarryWise in 2018. So this year will be 8 years at CarryWise. Okay, can't clap. All right. So I've been doing that here at CarryWise for 8 years. Prior to CarryWise, I work in health and basically diagnostics. So anything ranging from chemical pathology, really. And what that entails is just running tests on sick people, getting their blood or their urine or their whatever, and running tests to see why they're sick, right? And yeah, it was exciting for a while, but I think at some point I figured that I wanted to do something more interesting, and I felt like working in healthcare was, and apologies to any healthcare professional here, was a bit depressing for me, right? I was always in the hospital, always with sick people, talking to sick people, empathizing with them, trying to find out why they're ill. And it just felt like I was only finding out the problem. I wasn't able to solve the problem. And I was just really sad all the time. And I just realized, okay, I can't do this long term. I'm still young. What can I do? And I had this great friend that introduced me to like a personal awareness thing. And first it took me through like a session where we talked about my strengths, my weaknesses, and all of that. And eventually I ran a test and discovered other careers that I could thrive at. And interestingly, I picked customer support and customer experience at the time. And I've been doing it for 8 years now at CarryWise. And I would say that's like one of the best decisions I made. Yeah. So sometimes you find yourself in positions and you might feel like you're not fitting into this. I think it's okay to make a change. It's fine to think about it. What else can I do? What other opportunities are there out there for me? And take those opportunities seriously and jump at them. So that's a brief story on how I got into CX and how I got into CarryWise. Okay. All right, let's go into the session proper. Oh, sorry. I can stick with this. So we've done introductions. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've done introductions. Now let's go into customer experience. And let's talk about customer experience at CarryWise. At CarryWise, we're very interesting people. And so the CX team, we call ourselves CX babies. Okay, we're presently a team of 11. Yeah, so you see everybody here. Yeah. Cute people, right? Yeah. Very fine people, beautiful. Okay, so we're currently a team of 11. We have 2 guys on our team. Yeah, and the other ladies. So blessed amongst women. Women run the world, right? Okay, so let's move on. Now, just take a moment and pause and think, what do these guys really do? Right? Think about it. Just imagine it for a second. What do these 11 people do at CarryWise? Did they just come, sit down, press their laptops, go home? What exactly is it that they do? Right? Just keep that at the back of your mind, and then we'll come back to that later. So now let's talk about CarryWise and how we perceive the customer. So for us at CarryWise, right, our customers are like our greatest assets, right? This building is an asset. These chairs are assets. Even the human beings working at CarryWise were also like assets of the company. If you go outside, you see a couple of cars. Well, they're not CarryWise assets. Well, yeah. But those are like assets, right? Tangible assets. But for us at CarryWise, the most important thing for us, or the most important assets that we have and that we manage, you get portfolio management where we talk about how we manage our portfolio and our assets. But the most important thing for us is the customer. And that's not just because that's what everybody says or every business person says. It's just because for us, we believe that without the customer, there's really no CarryWise. And just to put it in context, in June, July, when Razak and Ed founded CarryWise, June, July 2017, when Razak and Ed founded CarryWise, they didn't have any customers, right? They had to reach out to friends, families, download CarryWise, use CarryWise. If those people had not downloaded CarryWise or started to use CarryWise, maybe in the first month, they would have closed up and said, man, this thing is not going to work, right? But over time, we've had people trust us with their monies, people trust us with their personal assets to say, I want to invest on CarryWise. And that for us means a lot. Beyond the fact that they're giving us their money, it's also a function of how much they trust us as a business to help them grow their wealth. We've heard stories from customers come say, oh, because I was using CarryWise, I was able to save to buy my own house. I was able to save for my own wedding. I was able to save to buy my own car. Personally, I was able to save on CarryWise to buy my own car, right? So those are just like important. Yeah, God, when you soon. You soon. But yeah, it's just to tell you that if we didn't have these customers, we will not have a business, right? So they are a very, very important part of how we wake up every morning and say, I'm going to work. We're thinking, okay, how is this going to improve the life of my customer? How is this going to make my customers better, right? And that just shapes how we do business, how we build products, how we invest, how we are organizing this, right? Is because we are keeping the customers at the back of our mind. And I'm not sure, Iben would have had a session, right? Have you had a session with Ebenezer? Yes. Okay, great. So you've learned about our core values and all that. You'd have learned that one of our major core values is customer first, yes. That means we're very obsessed about the customer. We're literally running after customers, right? So yeah, and the key anchors for us on the CX team is empathy, leniency, and education. Education is extremely important. And you wonder, oh, why is this important, right? And it's just simply because we are running in an environment where we were not taught how to invest. We were probably taught how to save. Growing up, you would have had a jaw. Who did not have a jaw here? Almost every child. You did not? Are you serious? All the monies they gave you when you were growing up, what do you do with them? Colo now. You don't have colo. Okay, Ajo is actually different. Ajo is group savings, Abby. It's colo I'm talking about. That box. Esusu, yeah, some people call it Esusu. Yeah. But it's colo I was actually referring to. Who did not have colo here? Yes, now we built ours. Right, but yeah, we were informally taught how to save, right? But when we went to school, all our 6 years in school, did you have any course where we were teaching you steps to savings or steps to investing, things to look out for when investing, right? We didn't have all of that education per se. So people come to investment companies and investment managers with little to no knowledge about how to invest. So for us at CarryWise, it's extremely, extremely important to educate, to pass out in as much information about investing as possible. So for us on the CX team, because we're the first point of contact for customers, it's important that we are equipped with as much information to educate our customers, right? Our customers in this case, of course, investors. So yes, education is very important. Leniency is just the fact of, and leniency and empathy like come together is basically just thinking about the customer and putting them in putting yourself in their shoes, trying to see, oh, why are they feeling this way? Why are they frustrated? What do they want, right? Thinking for the customer and saying, what can we do for this customer, right? Even before they come to you, you're already like proactive to say, what would they like to see on CarryWise? What would they like to hear from me today when they call me? What are the possible issues they may face, right? Would customers experience any difficulty with withdrawals? Would customers have confusions when it comes to stocks purchasing, right? So just preempting and being able to just put yourself in their shoes and preempt what their issues would be per time, right? Those are the things that drive us every morning or every day when we come to work, right? Now let's move on. Tracy, you blocked me again. Okay. All right. Okay. I think I'm on the wrong slide. Oh, okay. Mo is getting it set up. Whilst Mo is doing that, yeah. So, okay. So we have KPIs, things that we look out for or things that we expect to achieve in our everyday interactions with customers. And those are basic things that you see in a regular customer service team. Things like speedy response, being able to respond quickly to your customers when they reach out to you. And of course, not just respond, actually solve their problems, right? So a customer calls you and says this, do that for them. Don't just say, hello, I've heard you. It's taking that next step to say, oh, how can I help you? Or what do you need help with? And making sure that you do that to solve the problem. And of course, when that happens, they rate you well, or they say, oh, thank you, I trust CarryWise more, or I believe in CarryWise more, or I love CarryWise more, really. So those are just basic KPIs. Now, for us to be able to do our jobs well, we have to interact with like multiple tools. And for us, here are some of the tools we work with on a daily basis. We chat with customers via Intercom. Intercom is like our internal CRM tool where we engage customers. There's the call center where we take calls, of course. And we have other tools, Metabase, fraud detection, and our payment partners dashboards. This just helps us get information about the customer, right? So we are talking to the customer from a point of knowledge, right? So if Alima calls me now and tells me I have an issue with my account, if I just speak to Alima, I should be able to see what Alima is doing on the app and say, oh, okay, this is why you're experiencing this, and solve the problem for you right off the bat. Which one does that? The one you just explained now. Which one? Which tool? Yeah, so we have like several tools. So from the payment partner dashboard to Metabase, we can see transactions, we can see actions, on the back end. Do you get? All right, so our process, and think of this as a simple flow of how a customer interacts with us and how he moves on the system, right? So a customer calls, or a customer sends a mail, or a customer chats with us. We have several channels, actually, from emails to WhatsApp, to the in-app live chat, to Instagram. You can reach us on Instagram, to Twitter, right? And of course, a phone call. You can reach out to us via any of these channels, and we'll respond to you. So yes, a customer calls, and this example is just saying my payment is not reflecting on the app, and the customer is obviously sad from the sad face you can see there. So we say, oh, not a problem. We'll get to it. We'll get it sorted shortly. And we go on the back end, we check all the channels, we check, oh, okay, how does this customer make payments? We're not asking you for too much information. We just need probably your email address or the customer's email address. And we're going on our end, checking and seeing, oh, did this customer make any payments? If they made a payment, we check. It should be on their account. If it's not on their account, we reach out to the customer again. Hello, did you really make this payment to CarryWise? Send evidence and all of that. And we check and we make sure that it reflects on their account. Basically, a customer interacts with us. We check our back-end systems. We escalate if there is a need to escalate, and then we solve the problem and the customer is happy. So it's a very simple process, right? And it doesn't involve any complexity, really. Now, this just shows us how our customers currently get served. And this is to speak to how we've integrated workflows internally to make the job easy and to make also the customer happy, right? We have things like AI bots and chat bots that helps customers solve problem without even having to interact with a human being, right? So you see several actions. For instance, look at this chat, for instance, right? We have 233,000 people reaching out, right? Out of the 233,000, 129K of them were served by a bot or an agent. They didn't have to interact directly with a human being, and their problems were solved. The remaining were handled by human being, right? So you see that some people, even after interacting with the bot, they might still need to interact with a human being and then we then take it up from there and the problems is solved. So this just shows how we can be proactive, we can make things easy for customers using technology, really. Just leveraging tools, leveraging technology to make things easy for not just for ourselves, but also for the customer, right? I think the other things we'll look at are metrics. But before we even go into metrics, let's speak about how the customer support team currently works. So we have 11 people currently. And for 11 of them, everybody, of course, attends to customers. But beyond attending to customers, everybody has like a unique skill, a unique expertise that they bring to the team and use to add value to the team. So for instance, we have some people that are very excited about optimizations and product optimizations. So you see those people would work directly and closely with the product team, for instance, to say, how are we improving the products? What are customers complaining about the most? So those people will pretty much strategize on how to see how much can we tweak on the products. We currently have savings. What else can we do apart from savings, or what can we build on top of savings to make it even more interesting, right? So you see, for instance, today we have things like football saving goals. We have things like money duo. We have things like, what else is on savings? Yeah, that's Nest. Yeah, what you're talking about is badges, right? So just some form of internal commendation when you perform certain actions on the app, right? So you saved a 100 million, for instance, you get a badge, or you've earned a particular return, you earn a badge, or you save in dollars, you earn a badge. So things like that. So those are just optimizations within the app. We know that we're building a savings and an investment product, right? But what other things can we do within the app to make the experience even better? So we have a team that is currently consistently working with the product managers to say, customers are asking for this, or customers are using the product this way. Can we tweak this, or can we improve this to make it better, to make it more enriching for the customer, right? So we have investment today. Can we add stocks? Or we have stocks today. What can we add to stocks to make it even more enriching and beneficial for customers? So that's on one side. We have people that are interested in fraud. And I don't mean interested in doing fraud. I mean just fascinated by the idea of fraud. So people are constantly monitoring how can people perform fraud on CarryWise, for instance? How do we make sure that we are on top of our game to ensure that nobody is able to make fraudulent transactions on CarryWise? So they are consistently thinking and consistently strategizing on that. Then we have people that are excited about AI. I have someone on my team today that he just wants to do AI, right? So he's consistently thinking, how do I make AI work for me and also like improve my relevance on the team? So they're consistently thinking about how to reduce this number from 104 to reduce it more, such that customers are getting like real-time service, because presently we only attend to customers between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. So after those times, it means that customers have to wait till the next day or interact with the bots, right? So we have someone that is consistently thinking about, how do I build that bot build the bot to the point where it is efficient enough to serve customers' needs without a human interaction, right? So so we have someone on my team that is constantly thinking about that and is deep diving into that. We also have people on the team that are excited about customer delight campaigns. So what can we do for our customers? It's International Women's Day. What can we do for our customers? Or it's Mother's Day. What can we do for our customers? So you see, if you follow us closely, you see that we organize certain events, certain campaigns. Those are people that are working consistently with the growth and marketing team to see how can we delight our existing customers and make them happy, to make them loyal, right? So we have different people. So you might think that, I'm on the CX team. What can I do? What value can I add? There is always value to add, right? There's always something extra you can do to make sure that our customers are happy, right? Everybody doing this is, at the end of the day, the goal is, how do I make the customers happy? How do I make the customer get fulfillment from using CarryWise, right? It's not just coming into my app every day, putting money and going out. What else can I do to make the customer's life better? Right, now let's see how that translates to in metrics, right? So this is CSAT from January till today, January 2026, right, till today. And this is just to show how customers feel after engaging with our customer support team. And so far we can see that in this year we've had like 92% positive ratings, which means that customers are literally happy. Like if 92% of your friends love you, or it means that something is being done right. So so this just tells you that everything we do on a daily basis, everything that each person does, every value that each person brings to the team, eventually tells on the customer. The customer becomes happy. The customer is excited that they're using CarryWise, and it doesn't end here. They become loyal, right? They literally tell your story by themselves, and you see this on social media and everywhere, where people are just randomly talking about CarryWise. Nobody's asking them to, nobody's paying them to do that, right? It's just because they're getting value from CarryWise. They enjoy the product and they see how it helps their lives, and they want to make it, of course, make their friends or make those around them happy as well. So this just shows that eventually, if you're doing something right, if you're doing everything you need to do right, it shows on the ratings. The other one is, this just shows conversations, responses, and how we respond. This just speaks to speedy responses. I know I mentioned earlier that responding swiftly is one of our key attributes. So I think I have spoken about everything I wanted to talk about today. Let me see if I've touched on. Okay, I have one more slide. Okay, now our customer interaction model, and this is just, I think one of my team members developed this to speak to how we want everybody to interact with our customers. And this is because we developed this for the entire CarryWise, actually, not just for the CX team. So we believe that everybody at CarryWise is a CX person. You're a representative of this company, so it means that anybody can interact with you and say, oh, you work at CarryWise, I need help with this. Oh, you work at CarryWise, I have this question. Oh, you work at CarryWise, can you help me with this, right? So so we developed this to help everyone on the team understand how best to interact with customers, right? So basically, the first thing is obviously be warm and simple. Simple is very key. We work in a very high, complex industry where everything is complex, right? Money is touchy, right? People are touchy about their money, and investment is even complex. People are saying they're dropping funny acronyms and funny stocks, just many, inflation, kinikon. There's always a lot of complexity. So for us, we want to make sure that our customers are comfortable talking to us about their money, even if they don't understand all the complexities. So we don't want to go and meet our customers and be, oh, complex. Do you know what the MPR is today? Do you know what the MPC said about the MPR? Kiniko. Do you know how this affects you as a person, right? So we don't want to be complicated in that light. We just want to be simple, right? The economy is not doing so well, but you'll be fine. You'll survive. Right? And this is how it impacts your money. The interest you were earning last year, you probably might not be able to earn it this year. This because of how the economy has moved, right? So saying things simply without throwing all the jargons is very, very important to us, right? Then next is understand the customer's need and then provide timely resolution. And I said, and this is very important because it's very easy to, oh, you've developed the products, a customer is saying this, and you're already thinking, oh, okay, this is the solution, without understanding what their problem actually is. And it is possible that a customer is interacting with the app and interacting with the product, and they have like residual knowledge from maybe interacting with another app. So they're coming to your app with that kind of knowledge. It's important that you understand where they're coming from first before preferring a solution. Sometimes the solution might just be, oh, you shouldn't use this product, choose another product. or someone is coming and saying, I don't want to lock my money. You guys only lock money. Whereas we have other products. So understanding and providing the right resolution is important. So understand first, then provide timely resolution. Then be cautious not to over apologize. This one is very common with customer service people. They are saying like 10 sorries in one call. And it can be very frustrating for someone that is probably angry already, right? So don't tell me sorry, just solve my problem really. So, and this flows back from the first one. Once you understand their problem, solve their issues, apologies might not be necessary at the end of the day. Then, but try not to be overly defensive of the products. This one is for product managers and engineers. They've built the product, they think it's fantastic, it's easy to use, it's amazing. So yeah, always like, I built this product, it's not that hard. It's not you that will tell me that it's hard or it's difficult or the UX is this or that, right? So it's important that you be attentive, right? And pick learnings where there are learnings, right? And I know that it's you obviously cannot serve everybody. You obviously cannot solve world hunger, but we can be proactive. We can understand that, okay, maybe there is some validity to what this person is saying. Maybe this person is actually making some good points. How can we integrate all of that feedback and build like a fantastic product? Then the final one is, not the final one. Issues are only said to be resolved when the customer confirms. Yes, the customer is king. So if the customer says his issue is not resolved, it's not resolved, though. You have to resolve it. Which is why you need to understand their issues first and then resolve correctly. Then we like to gift merch. So if you come to our office to visit us or you come to ask a question, we would most likely gift you something, maybe a t-shirt or a book or a pen or something, just to take just some form of souvenir to know that, you came to CarryWise. All right, yeah. So we gift merch to customers who come to visit. Yeah, so this is basically our interaction model. So if you meet a CarryWise customer, you can employ this model and interact with them. And I'm sure that it should be interesting, really. Okay, I think that's about it. I know that I've heard that you guys have a lot of questions, so I would pause for now and take the questions. Where's Tracy? Okay. But our online audience, if you have questions, please ask on the chat. Tracy will get them to me and I will answer them. So yes, let's start. Questions, concerns. You have a question. Okay, please. Where's our mic? You can use mine.
So when you were displaying the charts, there was something about around 92% satisfaction of users, right? But I'm just very curious. Yes. What happens to the remaining 8%? Do you bother to, check up on them to know why they feel terrible about it, or you just feel like we've gotten 92%? Those ones will be fine. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, good question. Actually, yes, we have an inbuilt system to push for 100. The goal is 100, right? But we know that sometimes it might not be possible to get 100, right? But irrespective, when we get a negative feedback, the idea is to respond or call, right? And understand why the person feels that way. We might not be able to totally convert them convert them is not the word, but totally make them happy in the immediate. But of course, we need to get that feedback, understand why they feel bad. And I think that's the very first step. In cases where we have control over why they are upset or why they're not happy or why they're dissatisfied, we try to provide that resolution or provide that solution. If it's a problem with the app, maybe an experience they're having on the app that they shouldn't be having, we try to fix that. If it's an issue with maybe a third-party provider, we try to engage. Because it's money, there might be times where you send money from your bank, it doesn't come to us, and we don't have that money. We can't give you money that we don't have, right? But we will we'll go the extra mile of engaging your bank. Why hasn't this money come to us? The customer is not happy, right? If it's a case where we don't have control, maybe a customer is literally asking for what we don't offer. For instance, a customer is coming to say they want loans, and we currently do not offer loans. we explain that we don't offer loans, or we explain that we don't offer that service they want, and just try to make them happy. But sometimes it might not be possible to like convert them. But in cases where we can, we do. But in every situation, we actually go the extra mile to get feedback and then resolve. Any other questions?
Yeah, I do.
So you tell me your name because you not told me your name before.
Okay, can
Yes,
I
ma'am.
sit? Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Grace Fisherlam. Okay, so my question is a bit funny, but I think I'm just curious. So what do you do as CX team to meet or to solve the problem of a high net worth individual? Okay, generally I know that customers have issues. Like, do you go extra because they are like your major guys? Do you like maybe pay them a visit, or you like, what do you do just to make them know that, oh, we see you and we value you? Or is it just the same way?
Okay. So we have a dedicated team to our HNIs and high value customers. So presently, if you are on the Bloom segment of CarryWise, I don't know, does everybody here use CarryWise?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're on CarryWise, you'll see that you are either a seed or bud or bloom. So yeah, so there are like three different categories: seed, bud, and bloom. So if you're bloom, there are additional perks. For seed too, there are additional perks. So as you grow, there are additional perks for each segment, each group. For the bloom customers, they're the ones that we categorize as high value. It means that they have a dedicated relationship manager. They have other perks. But yeah, the dedicated relationship manager answers the question of if we visit. Not in all cases that we visit. We do calls, but we have a team that handles that. They go to visit our corporate clients, get questions if they have them. If they have needs, we answer them as well. So yes, that answers that.
Thank you.
Any other question before we call it a day? Am I good on time?
Yes, you are. Yes, you actually are. So let me just check if there are questions online.
Okay.
Okay, so the question is, how is customer experience evolving with AI and automation, and what skills should we start building now to stay relevant?
Awesome. So I think, first of all, I think I spoke at length about how we are integrating with AI to meet our customers' needs, right? So beyond that, yeah, I think basically that's how we use AI to support customers. You can use AI for literally everything, But in terms of like customer engagement, that's what we do. We basically have like AI bots and artificial intelligence integrated into our engagement channels, such that if a customer reaches out to us, sends an email, they have the opportunity to go through a bot first before interacting with persons. And this just helps to solve problems quickly, resolve issues faster. Additionally, in terms of skills, I think there's always the scale of, will AI take our jobs? I don't know that AI will take all our jobs, but AI will make us better at our jobs, really. It will help us become faster, help us become swifter with solving problems, and of course, analyzing like a lot of information and data at like in quick successions. So yes, in terms of skills, I think your original skills are very important, right? But in terms of additional skills, I think something that people are not really paying attention to is how to even use AI, right? A couple of people just treat AI like as another search engine, really. Help me edit this, help me do that. But AI has evolved and can do like more, can perform more intelligent tasks. So being able to use AI to actually like augment what you already do is something that people should pay attention to in that light. Are we good?
Yeah, so there's another question with around customer data. So how do you look into customers' data and analyze the data so that it informs the decision you make regarding, frequently asked questions and complaints and all of that? So how do you make sure, and even products, how does that inform products, and how do you analyze the data to inform those things?
Awesome. So at CarryWise, we're very big on data, right? We are literally living on the data. And to give some context would be, whilst we're building products, we're consistently building data points to help us track how that product is doing. Right. So for instance, before we launched stocks, we had a wait list for people that were interested in stocks. And that just gave us an insight into if it was even a viable product, right? If this was something that we should be spending time on. And we got a lot of insights from the people that joined the wait list. We had, I think before we even went live, we had like thousands of people that were on the wait list waiting for CarryWise to launch. And from that, we had an expectation on how we expect the stocks product to perform on CarryWise, how it to be adopted, how people interact with it. And that just gives an idea of how we look at the data on a daily basis. And beyond that, we also consistently look at the data after we've launched to see how people are even interacting with the product in real time, and if things can be tweaked, if things can be optimized. If you've used CarryWise if you downloaded CarryWise in 2018 and you download CarryWise today, the experience is different. And that's because we've looked at how people use CarryWise in 2018 and consistently updated, consistently innovated around, people are doing this more, people are interacting with this more, people like this more, people don't like this one, right? So we consistently look at the data to drive how we approach building products, how we approach developing products, how we approach optimizing already existing products. And in terms of like the customer experience, we also analyze data to help us understand the customer better, right? So for each customer, we have like certain key metrics we look at for each customer, how they're to sort of like help us sell better to them, right? So if I know a customer uses only savings, I know that there's an opportunity for me to sell investments to them. There's an opportunity for me to sell mutual funds and stocks to them, right? Or if I know that a customer is married, for instance, I can sell money duo to them. Or if I know that a customer has a child, I can sell nests to them. If I know that a customer likes football, I can sell football circles to them, right? So those are just additional points to how we use data to drive the customer experience and to improve how we also allow the customer experience CarryWise, literally.
Okay, so I think it's just 2 more questions and then we'll wrap up. So someone says, if they don't have a tool for measuring CSAT, how else can they measure customer satisfaction?
So it might be tricky, right? Because you then rely on word of mouth, which cannot be easily tracked, right? So it's important to always have like a structured mode of tracking information, for tracking important metrics rather. So for us at CarryWise, we have metrics that are important to us beyond just solving customers' problems, right? So it's important to have like a structured way to track that. But if you don't have that, I think you can rely on word of mouth, which might be tricky to track. If you're a tech product, something else you can track is if you have your apps on the Play Store or the Apple App Store, you can track the ratings on the App Store. Yeah, that can tell you if your customers really like a product. If you go to an app and they only have 3-star or they have 2-star, you already know that, okay, this app is not that. Yeah, but if you see an app that has 4-star, 5-star, okay, this is close to what I want. So that's also an additional way to track. There is NPS, Net Promoter Score. Yeah, but that would require you doing surveys, right? So you send a message to your customers and ask them to reach you on a scale of 1 to 5 to tell if they are detractors or if they are promoters of your app or of your service. So that's also like a way to test for customer satisfaction and customer experience in general. Yeah.
Okay, so the last one is, this person says, CX is my main interest.
Okay.
If you were in my position right now, how would you break into CX with limited experience? That is, what specific things would you do within the next 30 to 60 days?
Okay, that's very specific. I like it. Okay, so the first thing, if I'm actually really interested today, I think for me, the first thing I did was to learn a lot about CX. So I started to follow a couple of people that I really liked. And then I started to visit companies randomly to see how they treated their customers. I went to a lot of banks, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I went to a lot of banks and I just watched the customer experience. I looked at how they dressed. I looked at how they spoke to people. So I'll just go to an access, report my bank issues. But I was basically garnering just looking at how people interacted with their customers. So yeah, that's one. Today, where there are more tech companies or you can do everything online, you can research the companies that are interested in, understand how they approach their customer experience, download the app, interact with the business, interact with the customer service people. Another thing is to learn about tools, right? Tools are easy to use, but it's important that you start to learn about them. Look at what tools even exist for customer experience people, from interaction, engagement now, to things like CRM tools that have like data of customers, to things like data storage tools where you can analyze data, to things like call center service tools, just anything that just gives you information about how people do customer experience in different companies. Any tool really. Learn about them, learn their names so that when you get to interviews, you can connect with the interviewers. And if you have the opportunity, work for free, or if you can't work for free, you can volunteer to intern, like this opportunity. So yeah, just look for opportunities. They exist. There are actually a lot of interesting opportunities that exist. You can try to shadow people as well. So just look at them from afar and see how they work, see how they interact, and yeah, learn from their own lessons. And a lot of people write now, so you can learn from them as well from afar. Yeah, I think that's about it. You can start with that. But in terms of like actual steps to take, I think the very first step is learn about tools. There are a lot of free LinkedIn courses now that you can take. You can take those. Follow people on LinkedIn, actually. There are a lot of very interesting people on LinkedIn that you can follow. Follow them, then look out for opportunities where they exist and where they arise. Jump on them. But make sure you're prepared first, and then you can take on those opportunities. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Eno. Thank you for your session. It was extremely impactful. Yeah. That will be it. Thank you so much. Did we learn anything? What did we learn? Anybody wants to give me like a small summary, little things you got from this session that maybe can help your work? No? Nobody? Are you raising your hand? Are you shy? Okay.
Okay, so basically what I learned from session is that first, as much as they would prioritize customers are always king. You should also try as much as possible to understand the needs of your customers, right? What do they need? What are you addressing specifically? Then also, I think, no, I'm over apologizing too was very important, because sometimes you just call and they're saying, oh, we're very sorry. Just tell me where my money is. I don't want to know. So not over apologizing too. I think that was very interesting to learn. Yeah, basically, and I think customer experience, just be a good person too. It's a nice experience. Yeah.
Just an addition, provide timely resolution.
Okay.
Yeah, that is it.
Okay. You can say it into the mic so everyone hears you.
Just an addition to what she said, provide timely resolution.
Okay. You want to say something? No. Okay. All right. So that is that for CX. We'll just do like a 5-minute break, just because I feel like everyone is kind of tired. So maybe if you want to use the restroom, water. So there's a dispenser. If you come down to the landing where the CX people are, there's a water dispenser. There's one in the kitchen. So just stretch out your legs. We should actually be having lunch right now, but it's slightly delayed. It hasn't been delivered yet. So you can just stretch out your legs, and then we'll come back for the next session. But then if you still want fruits, there's still some fruits. Yeah, so you can take that. Just around 5 minutes. and then we'll come back, have the other session. Hopefully lunch will be here before the session is done. Okay. Okay, so for bathroom.
Tolu, can you hear me? Yes, okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, so we're about to start the third section, which is the section with our AVP legal. She's not in Nigeria, but thanks to technology, we can see her and we can hear from her. So hopefully, if you have questions, you can also jot it down or go to our YouTube page, so you can drop your questions in the comment section. I'll be able to tell her. So, or then again, you can also this she can hear us from here. So Tolu, over to you. Please let's
Thank you
clap for
very
her,
much.
please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mo. I'm very happy to be here. Like Mo said, my name is Tolu Lokwe Alade, and I currently lead the legal and compliance team here at CarryWise. And it's a privilege to actually be speaking to everyone. I've been looking forward to this day for us to rub minds and just also, share some knowledge on what we do in the legal and compliance team. Mo, please, is there anyone to help with the slides, or do I share from my end? How does that work?
Tolu, you share from your end, so it's smoother. Just share from your end.
Sorry, just a moment. Okay. Please, can we all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll just dive right into it to speak on the legal and compliance team. But before I go on, I would like to introduce the team. So currently we're a team of three powerful ladies, as I like to say. As I explained earlier, I lead the team, and then with me I have Fumilola Aliu. Fumi is is a senior legal and compliance associate, as well as Esther Sonda. She also is a senior legal and compliance associate here in CarryWise. So really, what do we do in the legal and compliance team? How does it really work, especially in a fintech? And I've tried to just summarize it in a way that everyone would understand, not using like jargons or verbose words that would throw everyone off. So, in a nutshell, what we basically do is first, we're here to serve the company. We're here to help the company. So for us, the company is our client. And then whilst also helping the company, we also have a responsibility to our customers, our clients, because at the end of the day, they are the ones keeping us in business. So how we help the company is one, by building, helping the company build legally and ethically. I would explain them after I've discussed them. The second point is by ensuring we do the right things in the right way. And the third is to stay out of trouble, really, and avoid costly mistakes. So, all of these things are ways that we believe we help the company grow. So, by building legally and ethically, of course, no one wants to associate with a company that is, engaging in illegal activities or that are not ethical in their ways, in their dealings. So, one of our responsibilities really is to ensure that everything we do is done within the ambits of the law. We're following the rules, we're constantly reading regulations to be sure that we are well aligned. And then another thing that is very, very germane to what we do, especially because we're in the business of fund management, we are handling people's money. Another thing we do is to ensure that we are ethical at every single point in time. And to also back this up, you would also see
the SEC, that's the Securities and Exchange Commission of Nigeria, that is our regulator, constantly pushing out and churning out regulations around ethics. And it's all because they know that, the business we do as capital market operators really influences how the random Nigerian thinks, or how investors would behave when it comes to money. So essentially our role is for us to always instill ethics in what we do, in our business, in our people, and in our products as well. The second point on doing the right things in the right way, like I said, we try our best to follow what the law says. We review regulations, we review laws, and we advise our internal stakeholders, meaning, sorry, I don't know what happened to my slides. Please, can you still see my slides? Okay. I think, let me share again. Okay, thank you very much, Mo, for helping with the slides. So I will just continue speaking. So the second point is really around doing the right things in the right way. Like I said, we followed the law to the letter. Like, we're constantly reading, we're constantly checking what the law says, we're constantly checking articles, we're constantly checking websites of, top law firms, top, the top four audit firms as well, because every now and then all of these entities churn out materials that could potentially have an impact on our business or on the company. So we're always reading all of these things to be sure that we are working in the right way. And the last is to stay out of trouble and avoid costly mistakes. I cannot overemphasize this. I say it all the time to my team members to say that, just think of, and I heard this from one of my very first employers in the law firm where I started off my career. And he used to say, imagine you were a surgeon or you were a pilot. How many I'm sorries can you possibly say? If you think deeply about it, you cannot really say I'm sorry, because it means that lives will be lost. So from that little scenario I've painted, just now bring it to the regulatory side of things. Now imagine how many mistakes, you can't even afford to make one mistake, because one mistake could land you a fine. And when we speak of fines, they're not like very minimal amounts. They are in the millions. So imagine how many costly mistakes, you can possibly make that would probably, one, either tarnish the reputation of the company, or two, just make the company lose money. So for us, we're here to preserve that. We're here to also add to the AUM of the company by just ensuring that we act within the ambits of the law, help the company stay out of trouble, constantly reading the law and interpreting it to, our stakeholders, and then just avoiding, mistakes in general, not whether costly or not. So that's, like, in a nutshell what we do to help the company. Next slide, please. Okay, so still on how we protect the company. So that one that I explained was really just like the summary of what our job entails when it comes to protecting the company. Now, to break it down, I have one, to provide strategic guidance to the board of the company. So again, every company is run by a board. And to ensure proper corporate governance, you need a functional board. You need a chairman, you need non-executive directors, you need executive directors
to move the company forward. So what we do in the team is to provide strategic guidance to the board. So before the board, approves anything, before we lay any resolution before the board, we actually would have done our research to let the board know whether or not it's something we should be investing in, whether or not, it's a business relationship we should be entering into. So on the surface level, the management team would have done the first review, and by management team is usually headed by the MD, and in our case, that's Razak, and I'm sure you've already met Razak. So we would have done like the proper due diligence, proper review before going to the board with our resolution. And then, from there, we would have given our advice to the management team, which would then cascade, forward to the board. So that way we provide guidance to the board before approving anything. So we're in the know at all times, and we're constantly guiding the board, before taking any action. The second point is reviewing and negotiating contracts and partnerships. This is like the core of what we do. On a daily basis, we receive tons of contracts for review. And this is because as the company grows, it is expected that you will have, you would want to enter into more partnerships than you probably entered into when you just started. And by entering into partnerships, we need to be able to have a document in place that basically stipulates, the responsibilities of the parties, what would happen in the event of default, if one party intends to exit, what are the exit strategies? In terms of termination, what do we plan to do? Again, data protection is something that is now very, very key, and everyone is talking about it because data is almost like the new oil, that we have. So data protection is also a clause that you are looking at in a contract to be sure that to know who is responsible for protecting, which data, what data exactly are you going to be exposing or having access to. So all of these things are things that we look out for in a contract before we bind the company. Next is to identify and mitigate legal and regulatory risks. Again, we are in the business of fund management, and every now and then we are exposed to risks. That's it. We deal with money. Even dealing with money in the first place is a risky business, not to now talk of, the other aspects of our business. So we're constantly checking, our processes, we're constantly checking contracts to be sure of any legal or regulatory risk that may, occur, and then just try to find ways to mitigate these risks and by putting controls in place. And one other thing we do is that we partner with the risk management team here. We have a very strong risk manager, and we partner with him to be able to also distill these risks before we even enter into any engagement, and then put controls in place to ensure that should these risks actually, come to pass, we already have ways to mitigate them. The next is reviewing agreements and licenses. Just like I explained with reviewing contracts, it's almost the same. But what we then also do under licenses is that before we enter into partnership with any entity, we want to see, your governing documents. We want to see if you're a registered company, for instance, we want to see your CSC documents. We want to see your status reports to just be sure that, you're doing things within the ambit of the law by first, registering your entity. We also want to be sure that you are regularly filing your annual returns, for instance, because we know that if a company doesn't file for 10 years in a row, their name will be, removed from the list of companies in CAC. So we also need to know who we're going to bed with. We need to know you, in total. So we check your licenses. If you claim you're a microfinance bank, for instance, we want to see your license. If you are a traditional asset management company, for instance, we want to see your SEC license before we, place money or place funds with you. So those are some of the KYC that we do on entities before entering into partnerships with them. Next is to ensure compliance with applicable laws, filings, and regulatory obligations. So again, maybe to mention here that compliance is really not for those that are lawyers here. or aspiring lawyers, compliance is not something that you learn in school. So, during the 5 years in school, it's not a course that is being taught. Even in law school, it's not one of the courses that you get to learn. So you have to learn compliance on the job. I learned it on the job at some point in my career. So what we then do here is to ensure that we're constantly, like I said, constantly reading laws, constantly checking regulations to be sure that there's no new provision that has come out that will affect the business. Because if it comes out and it affects the business and you did not pick it as a compliance officer, then that's a problem, because it then means that the company cannot trust your judgment. It then means, okay, what are you doing here in the first place if we're going to be entering troubles with you being here? So this is part of how we protect the company. And then still on the compliance side, we have a lot of regulatory obligations, a lot of filings to make to the SEC. Should we want to launch a new product, for instance, we cannot launch or go public without first seeking the no objection of the Securities and Exchange Commission. So we go through that process. We write the product paper, we fill out the forms, we make the relevant payments, and then we submit to the SEC. We also get the board's resolution. Remember, I spoke about resolution at some point. So all of these documents are documents we put together to submit to the Securities and Exchange Commission for us to get their no objection before we can then launch this product to the public. So these are some of the compliance obligations that we have. And then in terms of filings, we make daily filings, weekly filings, quarterly filings, monthly filings, and annual filings. So there are a lot of filings, and all of these filings, you cannot afford to miss them, because if you miss them, there will be penalties, and you don't want to be the compliance officer that has brought penalty on your company. So those are part of the things we do. Next is to protect stakeholder interests. And here is just basically saying we are protecting everyone's interest, whether it's internal stakeholders, whether it's external. Internal, I mean like our colleagues. So people in CX, for instance, people in portfolio, employees in the people and culture team. We're constantly protecting everyone, even growth, everyone within the entity. We're here to protect your interests. If you find something that doesn't really sit right with you, or you think there are better ways to do things, we believe that our team is a team you can walk up to exchange ideas. And as a matter of fact, you can actually walk directly to the CEO of the company or the CTO. They are always willing to listen, and take on sorry, I'm looking for the word, like our suggestions, basically. But we also believe that as a team, our team is structured for things like that. So because we're here to protect the interest of everyone, including our clients as well. We constantly act in the interest of the customer. We're constantly checking, how can we better serve you? How can we influence others to bring their money and know that their money is secure? So those are part of the things that we constantly do. Compliance reviews for product launches, I already explained that. Tracking and monitoring contract performance and record keeping, again, I've explained that when I explained contracts. Keeping up with regulatory trends and developments, this is also something we do. I think I've spoken a bit about it, but just to elaborate more on it, what we do here is really regulatory scanning. So on a daily basis, it might look like it's a lot of work, but for us, it's something that we're used to. On a daily basis, before we even start doing anything, we do our regulatory scanning just to check, has there been any within the last 24 hours, have we had like new inclusions in law? Has anything come out? Is there any topical issue? Is there any burning issue likely to affect the fintech space or even CMOs in general? So these are things that we constantly do to ensure we're protecting the company. And the last is developing policies and ensuring data protection. So on developing policies, we have a lot of corporate policies. So for policies, you have corporate policies and you have operational policies. Essentially, corporate policies are the ones that you are mandated by law to keep, and the board is actually required to approve those policies because the board should run with those policies, and the MD
is the one in charge of ensuring the implementation of these policies. So for corporate policies, we have a lot of them, especially policies around ethics. Remember, I had mentioned, something around ensuring that our business stays ethical. So we have a lot of those policies. We have the anti-money laundering policy. We have the anti-bribery and corruption policy. We have a lot of these policies. We have the risk management policy, data protection policy, privacy policy. We have all of these policies just to ensure that, one, we are protecting the interest of our customers, and also to ensure that everyone within the company is well sensitized, like you know what to do at every point in time, you know the kind of data and information you can share, and we also know what confidentiality means, which means that it's not everyone in the company that has access to some particular information. You have it on a need to know basis. So those are some of the things we do on the by protecting the company. Next slide, please. Okay, so I've explained how we protect the company. Now, how do we protect customers? The first is by safeguarding customer funds, by ensuring operations under appropriate licenses and partnering with licensed entities. Again, I've explained this, but just to buttress this point further, it's really to say that before we can do anything, we have to ensure that we have gotten the right approvals that we need from a regulatory standpoint. So first and foremost, even CarryWise existing as a fund manager, it's because we have the fund management license in place. We already sought it from the SEC and got it. That's the premise upon which this institution is even based. Now, to move away from that holistic license that we have, like I explained before, we can launch any product. So think of it as the savings product we have. Think of it as the emergency fund. All of these are grouped under personal plans, which we offer to the public. And for that, we already have the no objection of the SEC. Also think of Sprouts that has to do with businesses. For that as well, before we could launch it, we had to seek the SEC's no objection, which we also got. So at every point in time, we ensure that we are staying guided under relevant regulatory provisions and ensuring that we have appropriate licenses in place. And then we don't just also partner with just anyone. Like I earlier explained, we carry out our due diligence on entities before we partner with them. We want to see, are they really licensed? If they're licensed, then we want to see their licensing documents, we want to see their certificates, we want to see everything before we then make an informed decision whether or not to continue with that partnership or even start it in the first place. Next is to protect personal data and ensure privacy. Again, I cannot overemphasize personal data and data protection. It is very, in fact, we've been seeing like in not necessarily in CarryWise, like just from an industry standpoint, we've been seeing a lot of issues around data protection. Someone coming to say, oh, I didn't give you consent to share this data with XYZ person. XYZ reached out to me and said they did this for me without me giving them consent. So where did they get that data from? And it turns, if you don't properly manage that situation, it can turn to a litigation suit in the twinkle of an eye. So for us, this is something very, very important. We have a privacy policy in place that states what we use people's data for. It states the kind of data we can even collect and why we collect it. All of these things are just to ensure that we are constantly prioritizing the privacy and data protection of our customers. Next is to provide clear and transparent terms of use. If you go on our website, you would see our terms of use there. We don't hide anything, because we don't have anything to hide. The terms of use is the agreement that we have with each and every customer using CarryWise. So the terms of use, think of it as CarryWise and Tolu Alade, for instance. Think of it as CarryWise and versus Mo, for instance. So that terms of use is what guides the relationship we have with each and every customer that we have, and it's on our website. Whenever we make changes to it, we effect the dates on the terms of use, and it is the customer's responsibility to constantly check the terms of use, constantly read it to be sure that they know what their rights are, because we've seen instances where people come and say, oh, you did XYZ, but I didn't authorize it. And then we'll have to go back to the terms of use to explain what that content, to first let them know that, oh, you actually signed up for this, you actually approved this and agreed to it, and it's actually stated in our terms of use. Because the truth is, we know that the random person doesn't even read terms of use. You just click I agree just to move forward, just to move things forward faster. But it's advisable to always read, these terms of use, because that's the agreement you have with the company. Next is proper complaint management. Again, because of the kind of industry that we're in and the kind of business we do, they're bound, to be complaints here and there. We're bound to see and receive complaints. And one thing I can categorically state is that for every complaint we have received as a company, we have tried our best to ensure resolution within 24 to 48 hours. I've not seen, since I've joined, since May 2022, May this year will make it 4 years, I haven't actually seen any complaint management reports without, any complaints that we did not resolve within 24 to 48 hours, even though the SEC regulations provides for within 5 to 10 business days for us to resolve the issues. We actually do, way above, above that, just to ensure that we're placing the interest of our customers above ours at every point in time. And then the last is to support AML, CFT, and anti-fraud matters. So internally, we have a tool that tracks AML CFT matters. We have an internal tool that tracks fraud. We have an internal tool that tracks suspicious transactions, for instance. We have an internal tool that just ensures that, if someone were to act in a way that they were not acting, if there's a certain change in financial behavior, that tool will track it and flag it to us. We then do our checks to be sure, okay, this behavior, is this something we've been seeing? Is this a suspicious activity for which we need to submit a report to the NFIU? Is it a suspicious transaction for which we need to quickly make our submission on the GoAML platform? Like, those are the kind of checks that we do. Immediately we get these flags from the internal tool, and this is all to protect the customer. Next slide, please. Okay, so we'll now speak on navigating regulation in Nigerian fintech. Now, this one is general, not just CarryWise. Fintech is highly regulated, and it's for good reason. You all agree with me. You're dealing with finance and technology. Of course, it has to be heavily regulated. Money and data require strict regulation. Fintech companies must comply with multiple rules simultaneously. Exactly. For us, first, as a company, we have a lot of rules that we comply with. We have a lot of regulators that we file, different reports with. Maybe before I go there, let me just speak to this. Then I'll streamline it to CarryWise. So just generally, you have the CBN as a regulator in charge of the payment and financial system space. You have the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, that I've been mentioning. They're in charge of investments, stocks, and digital assets. You have the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, NDPC, in charge of anything, privacy, data protection. You go to NDPC. We have EFCC for financial crimes, AML, CFT matters, all of that sits with EFCC. And then you have NFIU, which is a branch of EFCC as well, that monitors AML, CFT compliance. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Just to also mention, as part of regulators, I like to believe that the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria is also a major regulator, because they help companies to instill proper governance in their structure. And corporate governance is something every institution either has put in place now or they're striving to put in place. Governance is key to whatever we do as an entity. So now on key laws and regulations in Nigeria, again, we have the Investment and Securities Act 2025. Now, this act is the Bible for our own industry, for what we do in the capital market space. And then sorry, I'm still on. Thank you. And then we have the SEC rules 2013 and subsequent regulations after that. So we have regulations of 2019, 2017, 2022. They keep on bringing out. So they didn't repeal the 2013 law. Rule is still active, but we have subsequent regulations. We've had subsequent regulations after 2013, and we'll still keep having regulations, which was why I mentioned that we keep on reading all of these things to stay abreast of the law. We also have the SEC MLCFT regulations of 2022. Generically speaking, you have CBN rules, circulars, directives. You have Money Laundering Act of 2022, which also applies to us. You have the Nigerian Data Protection Act 2023. EFCC Act, and a host of others. So there are a lot of laws and regulations that we constantly read to just see how it applies or affects our business. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Now, we just thought to also share a day in the life of a legal and compliance professional. Like I said, we do a lot of things, but the truth is no 2 days are the same. And here in CarryWise is actually very interesting working in the legal and compliance team because we have a lot of projects, we have a lot of, interesting activities that we do within the team. But for us, what we do includes reviewing a contract, and this is like what our day looks like. Reviewing a contract. Sometimes you might review more than one contract, depending on, what your day-to-day is like for that particular day. So reviewing contracts, following up with regulators on relevant applications. Remember that I had mentioned that whenever you want to do anything, you have to first seek the SEC's no objection. So that's part of the applications that you make to the SEC. So follow up with the regulator on any pending filings you have or applications. We meet with product or engineering team. That's cross collaboration and compliance, and then we do our compliance checks on new product features. So here in CarryWise, on a weekly basis, we have our meetings with the product and engineering team where they, speak to projects that they're currently working on. We attend those meetings because one, you also want to be aware of, what how we're thinking about this product, how engineering is thinking about the integrations. You also need to be sure of what the law says about all of these things. So you have to be in those meetings. And then not only do we attend those meetings, even on an individual basis, we still reach out to, the different teams to know how we can better serve them. And we also tell these teams as well to please reach out to the legal and compliance team should they have any question whatsoever. You want to push out a content, for instance, reach out to the legal and compliance team. Let's think about it together. Let's know what you can or cannot post. And for the ones you cannot put out, we'll also let you know how, we can probably restructure it to make it to fit it into regulatory requirements for us to be able to push out. And then we have the regulatory research, and we also monitor regulatory developments, we respond to inquiries from other teams, and also ensure relevant compliance filings are done. So this is what our typical day-to-day is like. And I think the last slide is the scenario-based question slide, where we just have, please, next slide, please. And I think that's the last slide. Yeah, the case study. Okay, so we have this case study. I'll run through it in like 2 minutes so I can give time for others to ask questions. A fintech company is preparing to launch a new investment feature designed to attract more customers. As part of the rollout, the product team describes the feature as allowing customers earn guaranteed returns on investments. The product team prepared the product paper and, in fact, released it for initial testing. Subsequently, the legal and compliance team was informed about the product test and whether there were any risks to pay attention to. In the same vein, a customer contacted the support team regarding a delay in withdrawing funds from their account. Next slide, please. So that's the case study we have. Now, how do we deal with this case study? I don't know if I should have left that for us to discuss, or if I should just provide the answers to it. Mo, is this how we do it? Do they share their thoughts on the case study, or do I just respond? How should we run it, please?
We can discuss it. So a couple of us can just take it and just discuss very briefly. But yeah, it will do people good to discuss it.
Okay. I mean, if I can get like 3 people to discuss it, just anything, what jumped at you here, just let us know, and then we'll just go to the answer and wrap it up. So how do I get people? Sorry, I can't see anyone, so I just want to know.
Yeah, I guess your legal intent gold will go first.
Okay. Actually, yeah.
Okay, she'll just stay here. Hi, Tolu. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, so my name is Gold, and right. So the case study, I think the first thing I pointed out was the guaranteed returns, right? So in as much as you want to ensure that your customers are getting, or you want to assure your customers, it is very advisable not to give them this certainty or confidence. I don't think they might be familiar with, but those of us that studied law, there's something that you don't tell your clients that you are going to win the case, right? So you have to, you just encourage them, but don't guarantee that there will be 100% success or something like that. Yeah, so guarantee return. Then you also mentioned something that every member of the team should try as much as possible to go to the legal team before you put out a test, to be able to ensure that if it is going to be suitable by SEC, or if SEC is going to object to it. So I think the product and management team putting out the product testing before actually going through legal and compliance could also bring about sanctions as well. I'm trying to remember if those.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I can't remember where it was.
Don't worry. If you answer all the questions, you won't leave room to others. I think I'll just take one more response from someone in the product team. I'd like to know.
Product.
Yeah.
Products from there. Let's get it.
Actually, one from product and one from CX. So the last one will be someone from CX. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. Nice to meet you.
Hi, good afternoon. Nice to meet you too. Okay, so if I get the question correctly, giving that assurance of the guaranteed term, I don't think it's a good thing, because what we're supposed to do is, before we even build the products in the first place, we're supposed to get in touch with the legal and compliance team to let them know that, oh, this is what users are asking for, this is what we intend to do. What do you think about it, legally, and is this something that when we build it we will be stepping on regulatory toes or not, right? So we're supposed to do all of those things first before building the products, not to talk of before building the product and even going to the testing phase. I don't think that's the proper thing to do. We just need to get you guys to come in first, and then we talk about all of this before building. Anybody for product?
Thank you very much. No, CX, the intern in CX is the last person. Thank you for that. So CX, I don't want you to speak on the guaranteed returns and product anymore. There's the last part In the same vein, a customer contacted the support team regarding a delay in withdrawing funds from their account. So I want to know how you're thinking about it. If you were the one they reached out to, what would you do?
Okay, so the CX intern is currently not here, but our online audience, if you're doing CX, you can take a stab at that, and then we have another intern I would like to try.
Okay,
Good afternoon, Tolu. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I'll be speaking to the contract for the support. So I would say that the first thing to do is, as we all know, customer first. We put our customer first in everything to try to satisfy them. So I would say that as much as they can support the customer, they support and they make the customer understand. So while she was teaching us through the process, when they make a complaint, as a customer experience officer, you get the complaint and then you try to understand what he or she has complained about. So then you make them understand what must have caused that. Then afterwards, you can take it up either to the manager or and see how you can solve the problem. But the first thing is, what is the need of the customer? Then how do I provide solution to her? So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we are always solution driven. Thank you for that. Okay. Thank you so much. I think we can just speak to the case study so that we can wrap it up. The slides, please. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. No, okay, yes. So what are the key legal and compliance considerations here? First, like everyone rightly pointed out, use of guaranteed returns is very misleading and it's unlawful. Under SEC rules, you are actually, when it comes to adverts, you cannot advertise guaranteed returns. You're not even allowed to put out like you can make 50% or 21%. You're not allowed to do that because if you're doing that, you're misleading the public, you're misleading the investor that does not know anything, and the investor is acting based on that information that you have put out. So what now happens in the event that they're not able to make that? Because we know how the market can be. So it would mean that you could not deliver on what you enticed them to come and buy from you. So you can't use that. What the Securities and Exchange Commission has approved for companies to use is past performance. So you can say, oh, within the period of Q4 2025, our fund did well and we made between 14%, or you can even say we made 25%. That's past performance. Nobody can hold you to it, but you cannot promise them anything that is guaranteed, and you cannot promise them something in the future, for instance, to say this is what you can make. Next is potential breach of applicable SEC rules and regulations. Yes, I've spoken to that. It's in the SEC rules. And then there's a risk to regulatory sanctions. Exactly. The SEC, they're everywhere now. Gone are the days when they were not technology savvy. Now they're on LinkedIn, they're on Instagram, they're everywhere, they're on Twitter. So just imagine you posting and putting it out and one of them sees it and they flag it. You are in for a treat with them basically. And it can lead to regulatory sanctions, it can lead to fines, which you don't want for your company. And then the risk of customer claims for misrepresentation. Of course, like I said, the customer will say, well, this was the amount you put out. This was what you said you were going to give me. All of a sudden, why am I making 12%? Forgetting that the market is very volatile. Why am I making 12% when you promised me 25%? So they can actually bring a matter to say, oh, you misrepresented facts to them, all because you wanted to get their money from them. So you also don't want that. You don't want any reputational damage, to the reputation we're all trying to build. There's the need for clear disclaimers around investment returns. Exactly. The SEC would even advise you to always put that disclaimer that, you are doing this at your own risk. You are bringing your money at your own risk. We are not investment advisors. Please reach out to your investment advisors before engaging in this. Like, we'll put out all of those disclaimers to you so that you are well informed. Next is review contractual obligations and determine responsibility for. So this is when it comes to delayed withdrawals. So we'll check our agreements with our partners to say, okay, what's the what did they promise us? Did they promise us 99.9% uptime, which we always strive to put in every contract? Okay, so what happened? Why do we have delayed withdrawals? We would engage with them, but first we'll check what we have in the agreements with them, and then we'll engage with them. We'll also engage with the customer, just like she rightly said, to try to immediately solve that matter, because it is when you leave a customer unattended to that they get agitated and they start getting worried. Okay, should I be worried about my funds? Should I be worried about my money? But yeah, that's what, from the legal side, we actually would check the contracts and then also have like a meeting with the legal team from the other side to just try to see how we can immediately resolve the issue. Then we ensure clear and timely communication with affected customers. We've said that. We try to resolve their complaints within, the best time possible. And we escalate to regulators if there's any need for us to do it. So if we're going to be seeing this kind of delayed withdrawals for a long time, it's better to just keep your regulators aware. Because guess what? If you don't do it, an aggrieved customer will go to the SEC and write the SEC to say, oh, CarryWise is trying something funny. They're trying to hold my funds for 24 hours or 48 hours. I've still not received my money. I don't know what they're doing with it. They write all sorts of stories, and then you find the SEC now reaching out to CarryWise to say, please provide a report on this. We want to know. But before, it actually gets to that, you have the right to just reach out to the regulator to let them know, oh, this is what, we're experiencing. We are in communications with the customer. We've assured the customer that this matter will be resolved within XYZ time. It's just to keep them aware. In the event that the customer comes to them, it won't be that they've not heard from you, basically. So those are the kind of ways we step in to just quickly mitigate matters. And the last one on product, like everyone rightly said, before, at the point of even like at the ideation stage, when you're still thinking about it, it is advisable to speak with the legal team so that we are well carried along. We can do the research when we have to, and not already going to the test stage before coming to meet us. So it should be the other way around. But yeah, that's all I have from the legal and compliance team. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for listening. And it's been a pleasure actually speaking with everyone. Thank you.
Okay, Tolu, want to know if some people have questions so that we can just take a few, maybe 3 questions, and then everything could go, so that you can go off. Do you have? Okay.
So, Tolu, just curious, have you ever noticed a fraudulent transaction, and what was your fastest response to resolve that?
Okay, I will not call it fraudulent, I will call it suspicious, because it is from being suspicious that you then determine whether it's fraudulent or not. So yes, have we seen suspicious transactions? Of course. Like I said, our internal tool actually tracks this. So I will just speak to one, not giving out any information or details. There was a particular one that the internal tool had flagged, and the truth is that under the law, you're meant to report suspicious transactions within 24 hours of finding out. So again, it has to be immediate. Otherwise, if the SEC, no, not SEC now, if the NFIU should find out that it happened on so day and you're just reporting it to them, you would also be in trouble. So yes, we've seen instances of suspicious transactions where someone that was doing 50,000 started doing like, I think at that time, it rose to about maybe 1 million, and then within a particular period, in that same day, the 1 million that entered was taken out. So it was, at that time, you could take out money as many times as possible. So for that particular one, we had to immediately report it to the NFIU. NFIU then did there. So the whole point of reporting it is so that when it becomes a fraudulent matter, they already have all the details they need to act. But our own responsibility as compliance officers is to immediately alert the NFIU.
Oh, okay, let me just take one online. So there's an online question that says, given how fast regulations evolve in fintech, how do you stay updated? What do you do? Is it websites, is it articles, and how do you follow up to ensure that your advice remains relevant?
Okay, so like I said, what we do here is regulatory scanning, and we do it on a daily basis because you don't want to be caught unawares. So what we do on a daily basis is that, and we have like an SOP on this. What we do on a daily basis is that we check the websites of a lot of law firms actually, but we prioritize top law firms. We do it on a daily basis. We check the websites of audit firms, so KPMG, Ernst & Young, PwC. We check all of those to see, okay, has there been any change? Is there any write-up? Is there any new law? And then we check, of course, you check regulators page every day as well, SEC, FRC, NFI. We check all of these pages on a daily basis to be sure that we are staying abreast of the law. And for the relevant laws that we have, like the current laws we have, we're always reading. If there's a matter we're reading to check, our job really is to read and interpret what the law says to the internal stakeholders, which is what we do. So our advice is always stays relevant, basically. Yeah.
So I want to ask, how do you balance innovation and compliance?
Okay. By innovation, do you want to explain further?
So are you saying maybe like
how are you thinking about
when products are being developed, this is actually like a regulated platform, right? New products are going to be like, what is the word again? That means these images of being developed. When products are being developed, they bring them to the compliance team to like go through it. Okay, how do you balance this innovation that is being brought to you alongside the legal compliance?
Okay, so one thing I would say is that, of course, innovation is something that drives us. We like when people have innovative ideas and that we can run with or test run. So when we have instances like this, of course, from the ideation state, like I said, we are involved. And we begin to do our research to see what are the things we're permitted to do under the law, what are the things we are not permitted to do. Now, if we have an innovative idea, for instance, that the way it's being couched would make us flout the law, we would not go that route. We will still keep that idea, but we'll try to stay within the law. So we'll all brainstorm. It's a brainstorming session for us, and we do that at the management level. We'll all brainstorm to see how we can better structure the deal or the project to ensure that we're still staying within the ambit of the law. And another thing that helps us is, I'll call it regulatory engagement, stakeholder engagement. We have a lot of contacts with at the SEC, like our regulators, we believe are our friends. So we also would try to run all of these things as well as we're thinking about it by them to be sure that, it also from an implementation standpoint, to be sure that it would also sit well within what they can approve. So we do all of these engagements on the side, whilst also still checking the law and structuring whatever innovation or innovative deal we want to do to be sure that it's within the law. And another thing I would add is that, again, our regulators they accept innovation as well. So if you have an innovative idea, something no one has done before, and we're trying to push it out to the public, they are always willing to have a meeting with us for us to discuss it with them. Let them see how they come in. Let them see what the impact will be for the investor or the investing public. And at that point as well, they'll give us their advice to say, okay, this is how you should do it. This is not how you should do it and all, just to make sure that, everyone goes home happy. And the last thing I'll mention here is that, I don't know if anyone has told you or if you've read it anywhere, CarryWise is actually the first fintech that was given the fund management license. That's to let you know that it was innovation, and the SEC was very open to it. Like, we had the likes of Razak and Ed going to Abuja to present this whole thing that we now call CarryWise to them at the management level of the SEC. So for them at that time, it was just traditional. People were doing just traditional fund management. So CarryWise was the first entity to actually drive fund management through, technology. So I think that should answer your question.
Thank you so much, Tolu. That will bring this session to an end. Thank you so much. We're grateful.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Bye. Bye, everyone. Nice
Bye, Tolu. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm sure we've learned one or two about how legal is done in the fintech space and what compliance looks like for fintech. So sometimes you don't know some of all the things that goes on at the back end to make the products that you see actually happen. So when you see maybe on social media they're saying, "Oh, come to our DMs," it's regulatory. You can't just say things about customers' information just in public like that. So there are a few things that are regulatory, and we need to follow those things to protect the customers and to ensure that business is going on smoothly and to make sure your funds are safe. Because if we say something online, scammer can take that and take this and take that, and before you know it, they've done something. So we need to make sure that you are safe. Right. So the next session.
Okay. Can I drop off now?
Oh yes, please go ahead. Thank you, Tolu. So the next and last session is Omowonuola, our portfolio AVP. So I know some of you are portfolio. So yes, if you have questions, you can ask her all your questions. Okay, so we'll just kind of put up your slides and then you can go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, how are you guys doing? I hope it's not been such a long day, has it? Have you guys learned a lot? So I think honestly, these are like some of the cardinal, parts of CarryWise. I think maybe the only team not represented was probably Eben spoke to as well, which is HR. So I think it's just engineering. So you've honestly touched on 90% of CarryWise, which is good, and I hope it's been insightful for you guys. Okay, so. My name is Wonu. You can call me Wonu in case Omowonuola is too much for you to all pronounce. I'm the team lead for investment management or portfolio management at CarryWise, so we saved. Okay. So I was going to say they saved the best for last, right? Yeah. So they saved the best for last. So this, pretty much is at the heart of what we do in CarryWise. We're making. I don't have the clicker. Yeah, thank you. Okay. No. Sorry, let's just sort this out so it's not. Oh, okay, I think. Or was it you that did? No. Let me just. Tracy, could you just maybe be helping until we sort that out? Okay, so we can move quicker. Okay, so the gist of today is really just giving you an insight to how your money is managed. Thank you. It's working now? Okay. So how your money is managed, what does the portfolio management team at CarryWise do? How is your money managed? How do we make our investment decisions? Looking at risk, returns, how do we construct the products, or what is the engine room to the products that you now see and interface with? Like does that product constitute? How did we come about as to, if Yami, I'm very happy that, all those other people went before me. So if Yami, looks at the market and the environment and your needs and says, okay, we need to do a product that, helps people save consistently, what do we do to deliver those returns so that you can meet your objective or your goal, right? So we'll speak to that too as well. And then there's just some small exercise just to work our brain to be sure that you guys were following me. Okay, so what do we do? So if you walk outside, right, and turn to the left, you see our office there, and there's this very beautiful something like this, right? And it says, money works here, or it's a good day to make new money. That's basically what we do. So every day we come to work, and our goal at every point in time is to ensure that the trust that you've placed in us by giving us your funds to manage, to help you meet your goals, we're helping you, we're what's the word now? What's the word I'm trying to use? We're deserving of that trust. And it reflects in the returns we give you. And it's not just the returns, it's also in the safety of your capital, of your investments too as well. So simply put, we make money work at CarryWise. We put money to work. Money sweats. We have something we call liquidity, right? So, for example, what's your name? Grace, yes, I remember. Grace comes, as invested money, and she wants to take her money back. I don't think any of you have ever experienced a time in CarryWise where you would say, I want to liquidate my money. Obviously, we have a 24-hour holding period, and you didn't get your money back in 24 hours, except if there was a banking problem, right? So that's because there's some team here who sits down to ensure that at every point in time, God forbid a time like that will ever come. It won't come. At least not in CarryWise, right? That you will need your money and will not be able to give it back to you. So there's also that factor of liquidity planning into it. And, all that guides our decision process to say, okay, is it good enough that you've invested your money? But it's also better that when you do need that money, I'm able to provide it, right? So basically, I have just like a very short slide here that tells you what we do. We're responsible for managing, money on behalf of clients. You're our clients or customers. As I think Eno likes to use customers, clients. Okay. So we manage money on behalf of clients to help you grow and preserve wealth. At the core of CarryWise is a philosophy that we all deserve, or we all should aspire to generational wealth or to abundance, right? And that's why we're very keen on, financial literacy. We're very keen on not just even providing that education, but also providing the access and the platform that you need to ensure that your dreams and your aspirations, come to life. I think I saw when someone, I didn't pick the name, forgive me, was selling Razak, or we're thankful for CarryWise because, many of us did not have it was you. So we could not save before, we're saving now. So that is helping you meet your investment objective or meet your goal. And that's, what we're responsible for doing. So we decide where the money should go, how much should go there, and when we need to, adjust whatever sizing that we've said should go to this. So Grace comes to meet me. Sorry, I'm using Grace a lot. Grace comes to comes to CarryWise to say, okay, I've given CarryWise 200,000 naira. I want to earn a return of 15%. It is my job to decide where is the best place to put this money in terms of asset allocation, and we'll come to all those very fancy terms very soon, to ensure that Grace gets 15% and nothing happens based on Grace's investment, or based on Grace's risk tolerance, nothing happens to that 200K that she's put in, right? And then if my expectations about the market has changed, do I take the decision to remain invested, or do I do something to adjust that to say, okay, you know what? I bought this security before because I thought it could deliver 15%. I no longer believe that it will deliver 15%. Let me take that and look for something else that can help me deliver that, right? So that's why I said and when it should be adjusted, because it is not every time that when we decide to say, okay, you know what, I want to be 70% fixed income, that we remain 70% fixed income, because something can happen in the market and we can adjust that. We call it rebalancing, or maybe even taking a tactical view. So say I wanted to buy, another example, I'm not going to use any name, say CarryWise stock, right? And I was very optimistic about buying CarryWise stock, and something happened in the market. Let's say CarryWise is exposed to exchange rates, and the naira devalues, and I know that CarryWise will be badly hurt by this devaluation. The wise thing to do is to sell CarryWise stock and put it in something else that is not so much exposed to that risk. And that's why it's not enough to say that you are invested. You also need to be going back from time to time to look at it to see if that your conviction has changed, so that you can adjust your strategy, right? So we aim to protect capital. It is not every product on every product on CarryWise, minus the extra funds that are managed externally, mutual funds that are managed externally, obviously, depending on your risk tolerance. But our internally managed funds, I think the core of it is savings or steady savings. They're typically low risk. So your savings, for example, the duo, the football savings, circles, CarryWise conservative investment portfolio that mirrors like the mutual funds. What else now? Even the allow funds, they're usually, if you look at it very well, except from stocks now, which is an entirely different product, they're usually very steady returns, very safe, high liquidity. And that's because we understand that the market that we're playing in now, people prefer safety, liquidity, and return. Or not people, well, a lot of people, especially the generation that we are focused on, would rather prefer, you're building wealth. It is at the point when you have built and aggregated wealth to a certain extent that you can now have the capacity to take risk if you have, the risk tolerance too. So I would not, it doesn't make sense for somebody who is earning 10,000 naira to be putting that 10,000 naira in the equities market when things can go south, in the next 2 days. What you do is save consistently and build first your emergency savings, right? So in case you lose your job or something, you can fall back to something. And then when you have built your emergency savings, you can now start to invest. And as your salary grows, if you're somebody ordinarily who can take risk, because there's some people that even if they earn 1 billion, they will never take risk in this life. And that's fine, because that is their risk posture, right? So if you can now take the risk, you can now start to do equities and stuff. So if you really look at it, at the heart of our investments, and it will not necessarily continue like this, will evolve as your needs and your wants evolve. But at the heart of it is that we try to protect capital. So we do not take risk on your capital, right? We don't guarantee returns. Tolu has explained that quite frankly. But we try to protect your capital such that if you come back and, even if anything happens, the 10,000 naira that you put in CarryWise is still 10,000 naira. Nothing happens to that. So the first is to protect capital, then to generate returns on those capital, because it's important for us that you make real returns. So real returns means when you compare what you are making to where inflation is, and I think we all have a fair idea of what inflation is. It erodes, the value of purchasing. Yeah, thank you. Very intelligent human beings. So, we are very concerned about growing investment returns, at least over time. And we match each of your risk appetites and your investment objectives to, that is the core of our asset allocation, right? So we look at what is this product's risk tolerance and risk appetite, or who is this product for, and that determines what the risk is. So if our savings product is for you to save consistently, we would not take risk on that capital, because the investment objective is you want to save. The risk tolerance is obviously low. When you're saving, what's the risk tolerance? You can't exactly. So we look at each product and mirror each product mirrors your needs and your appetites and your investment objectives, and then we invest based on that. So we match each client's risk appetite and investment objective, and we always monitor. So it's not enough that we have bought something. We go back, look at our portfolio to ensure that it is consistently meeting the objectives, it is doing what we wanted it to do, and how we deployed the funds is exactly how we wanted to, like it's going how we wanted it to go. If something has changed along the line, we're very, very nimble in the sense that we quickly respond to market changes that should be responded to, and we make adjustments where necessary. So, it's not working again. No. Okay. No. Okay. So how your money is managed and grown. So what happens when you hit save or invest on CarryWise? So you choose a plan, for example. Yami has done the fantastic work, and she didn't do it in isolation, obviously. I think everybody in CarryWise is a product manager. So, you know, she's come up with something quite fantastic for you guys. And so when I say Yami, I mean Yami's team, not Yami as a person. So, you know, and then you choose, you know, a plan on CarryWise or a product on CarryWise. And what happens is already, like I said, those products are mapped to your objectives, your goals, your aspirations. And we've already, you know, when a product is created, what the portfolio management team does is to look at the first of all, asset class level. So, I don't know, does anybody understand what asset classes are? So, like broad-based, how do you group each individual securities? What are similar with what characteristics are similar in all the securities that we have available, and you can now group them into like sub-buckets. So, for example, fixed income. Sorry, could you help me? I'm so sorry. Thank you. So, for example, fixed income is stable. The returns are fixed. So, like a bond, for example, the return is fixed, the tenor is fixed. You get that over a certain period, right? Money markets, they mature over 90 days to 30 days, in fact, 0 to 1 year. So there are things that typically will mature within 1 year. That's what we call money markets. It could be treasury bills, which also are grouped under fixed income. But the way we like to group treasury bills is we call them money market because they basically mature within 1 year. And then there's equities, right? They're variable income. It changes over time. It shows an ownership, or it's an evidence, or how do we like to call it? Your ish, exactly. Your ownership too. So like you own part of GT when you have their stock. You share in the upside, you share in the downside, right? There's also private equity, which is under alternative investments. So alternative investments are things that are not traditional stocks and bonds, like private hedge funds, venture capital. Are you okay? Portfolio management intern. Sorry, because as I'm throwing it, she's just giving it back to me. I'm like, what's going on? Okay, good. So yeah, infrastructure funds, for example. So you can develop a fund that pulls capital from people to fund infrastructure projects, right? And then the return from those infrastructure projects are earned by the fund. But it can be like road, for example. It can be power, like somebody wants to buy like a tower, you know. I mean, it can be somebody who wants to fund a shopping mall, or the government, for example, wants to do something like Alausa, that mall, right? And they pull money from all of us to build the mall, and what people pay as rental income, is now the return that you are making. There are different ways you can structure that, but they are alternative investments in the sense that it is not the traditional stocks and bonds. The assets are a lot different or a lot more specialized than, you know, those. So we look at those asset classes and say, if somebody doesn't want to take risk, it makes no sense allocating anything to equities, right? Or if somebody wants to take a lot of risk, it makes no sense allocating to fixed income because the person wants to take risk. So we look at that and then, you know, match asset allocation or the asset classes to the product. And then your funds are pooled, obviously, because it's so efficient to pool. If Aliyah, I'm sorry, it's old age. If Aliyah wants to buy a treasury bill, for example. In some places, if you do it probably through a bank, through their app, some people can allow you to do 100K. If you wanted to go to the primary market, so that means when the bill is first issued to buy it, you might need a minimum of, correct me if I'm wrong, 50 million to do it. You might not have 50 million. You have 50 million, but I'm just saying, right? So, but I can aggregate everybody here who has similar investment objectives and similar risk tolerance and buy those securities and share the returns amongst all of you. It's the same way like a mutual fund works, right? Pooling. So we're pulling everybody and aggregating everybody that has like similar features and now executing. So it's efficient that way, because ordinarily investments that you cannot have access to because of the large minimum size, you can now have access to and benefit from those. So it's for scale and efficiency, we do that. And then funds are deployed into money market instruments. Like I've said, you're not really seeing equities here because we really, the kinds of products we have, like I've said, is for people who want very low risk and steady returns. So we typically would invest in things that mature within our weighted average maturity is usually 1 year. And that mirrors how long you stay invested with us for. I think those people that do locked savings, you typically will do 1 year, right? And then when they are matures, you can now put it back again and do another. So that's why we do mostly money market investments. Not to say that this is the only thing we'll be doing going forward. We typically we have stocks now, right? We didn't have that before. And I'm quite convinced that we'll have, many more things to offer you guys. And so, you now earn returns, your income, you earn income. And there's something beautiful that we've allowed people to be able to do is compound. So every quarter, for those who are invested in the conservative portfolio, we pay dividends. So what that is we look at when you were invested to when the dividend payment date is, what have you earned? And then we pay that to you. And you can also choose to put that back as new capital. So you're earning interest on interest. That's what compounding is, really, earning interest on interest. And the beauty of compounding is the returns don't really matter, because the scale of compounding is what, like the time that you are compounding for is the beauty of it. Imagine somebody, I think I did a math one time. I didn't put it here, sorry. I think somebody who started investing at 25 with, was he a millionaire? And somebody who started investing at even 40 with even way more capital. The person who started early with small capital would have beaten that person over time, because the time you're invested is way better than time in the market, right? So that's something that we do, and I think that's something that, investing 101, take advantage of, compound as much as possible. Whether it's even in your stock portfolio, when something pays dividends, if you can, put it back in. Or put it in something else. Just ensure that your interest is working, for you. Okay, so how CarryWise makes investment decisions. So this is art and science behind, every allocation. So we first start from, I don't think any business can exist outside its environment, right? And no investment also exists outside its environment. So, we start from macro. What's going on thank God. I think we're all aware of what's going on in Iran and US. You'll be shocked as to how that affects everybody else, including us, right? With oil prices. Inflation numbers came out not so long before I entered. I think is at 15.38 now. It was 15.06, I think, last month. So it's ticked up month on month just because, I've not looked at the numbers, but I'm just guessing that fuel prices are a major contributor to that. So it's very important that before you do any investment as a portfolio manager, you first need to look at the economy, what's going on with GDP, what's going on with inflation. And those macroeconomic indicators actually affect prices of asset classes. So interest rates is a very serious it's something we take like serious note of when we want to do fixed income, because bond prices are very sensitive to interest rates, right? I don't think this is the place to get into calculations, but bond prices are used to. So how do you calculate the price of a bond now? The bond pays coupon or interest at a certain period. So in Nigeria, we pay semi-annually. That's twice a year. The price of the bond is the value of all the interest that the bond will pay, because you will know that from the beginning of the year. That's why it's called fixed income, because it will tell you, I'm going to pay you 10% twice a year for the next 5 years, right? So it means you will get 5, let's say it's 100 now, you get 5 naira at least 10 times, because you're getting it twice a year and it's for 5 years, so 2 times 5, right? 10 times. It now brings, so how do I know what this bond is worth? It has to discount all that cash flow back to today for you to make sense of it, to say, okay, so because of all this cash flow I'm earning, if I discount it by X, this is what it is worth as of today. That thing that is X is interest rate. So simple math, if the denominator is high, what happens to the figure? If it goes higher than the numerator, the value comes down, right? If the value comes down, you come to me today now and say, well, no, I need my 100 naira back, sell it to me. Give me back my money. I have to go to the market and sell it. Something I bought at 97, because of interest rate that has gone up, that I'm using to discount it now, is come down, right? So we look at interest rate expectations. Where do we think, what monetary policy, what do I think the CBN is going to do? What is inflation? Let me ask a question. What is the CBN's major objective? The Central Bank of Nigeria. There are 2 things. Interest rate. So it's currency and interest rate, really. Right? So what do I think the CBN's response will be to, whatever? Do I think that the CBN is going to increase interest rates because, there's too much money supply and they're trying to discourage people from spending money? You know what? When there's too much money chasing, what do they call that in economics? Those that studied economics. Is it cost push or demand pull? What type of? Exactly. So there's cost push and there's demand pull. I studied philosophy, by the way. Yeah. So I expect people who studied economics, and I know you people in this place, to be very active, right? So when there's too much money chasing very few goods, it jacks up the prices, obviously increases inflation too as well. And then, the CBN steps in to say, there's so much money in circulation. How do I rein in this? Let me make savings attractive for you people. And then they increase interest rates, and then you're giving more incentive to save. And then obviously inflation should start to come lower, and then obviously that affects bond prices, asset prices, and the rest of that. So we look at all that anyways. So I think the gist of all that aside was, we have to look at macroeconomics, what's happening in the economy, what's happening with interest rates, with inflation, with FX, what's the CBN's policy, right? All that matters before we make an investment decision. And secondly, asset class selection. So we've looked at all that, and then I'm like, okay, you know what? I think Nigeria is going to do well this year. Inflation should be stable. Currency should be stable. Economy should really be good. Somebody wants to save X, Y, and Z. What do I do? Right? What would deliver that? We first start with the asset class. It's not... I think the beauty of portfolio management is how ordered you have to think. When I'm speaking to people who tell me I want to do portfolio management, something I try to test is how do you organize your arguments? Like if I'm speaking to you and I ask you, oh, why did you decide to wear these trousers today? And you are answering me, I just wanted to look pretty. And I'm like, okay, cool. So because you have to be not structured per se, because there's sometimes you have to be nimble, you have to think outside the box, obviously, but there's a way you have to get from point A to point B that and then I will know that, okay, yes, this person is thinking, right? Because you can't pick things arbitrarily here. It will cost you a lot. There has to be, when you buy something, there has to be a conviction that follows that thing. And that conviction, when I go to Razak in the morning, or when my team goes to Razak to say, we want to invest 100 million today, for example, and this is what we want to buy. The next question is Razak is asking me, if I didn't even itemize that, is why do you want to buy this? Right? Why? Everything is why. You want to do this, why? Right? You want to do this, why? So you have to be able to articulate why, and your why has to make sense, not because the why can make sense and market will still market, right? So the why can make sense and the market will still just be market, maybe because Daddy Trump says something and everything just blows up overnight. But guess what? If somebody comes and looks at your why, they'll be like, oh yeah, this actually makes a lot of sense. The market was just irrational because guess what? The market is run by people like all of us and we can be irrational, right? So we look at the asset class. What will help me deliver this? Is it fixed? Is it having 70% allocation to fixed income, 30% allocation to equities, or is it having 30% allocation to equities, 70% allocation to fixed income, based on what you have told me about yourself and based on my conviction of what the economy is, that kind of thing. And then when we now look at it from the asset class level, now all the stocks listed on the NGX are equities, right? Which of those do I think is right for me to buy to help deliver the return in that equity bucket? That's security selection. So now, it'll be fun. You'll be surprised to know that, let's say, buying a treasury bill, for example, that would earn 20%, and a fixed deposit. You know what a fixed deposit is, no? You're just giving your money to, a bank, or it's fixed deposit with banks. And then obviously there's also, like, quote unquote, fixed deposit with non-bank financial institutions, right? So your locked savings with us now is somewhat structured the way you would do a fixed deposit with somebody else. So imagine if GT now was offering 16% on their fixed deposits, and a treasury bill is also offering 16% on its return. Which would you pick? And why? Right? Nobody, everyone's quiet. So,
I'm just going to try.
Okay.
So T-bills is giving 16.
Yes.
Then fixed income is also giving.
No, fixed deposit with GT.
So I would say, depending on what my investment goal is. So if I want to take.
So your investment goal is the same thing. I mean, there are two. The investment goal is I want to save.
Okay.
For X, and you're now faced with two options that give you the same return.
So fixed deposit is longer compared to.
No, so it's fixed deposit, say for 1 year, which is okay. Let me refine my question. Fixed deposit with, don't let us use GT now. Fixed deposit with Wano Bank for 1 year at 16%, and buying a Nigerian government treasury bill for 1 year at 16%. Same tenor. So tenor means length, same return, different issuers. What am I looking at?
I'm looking at the risk.
Exactly. So, but what risk exactly?
The risk of changes in my return.
No, because they're fixed. It's fixed deposit. So it's the risk of the issuer. One is the federal government of Nigeria, and one is Wanu, who is a corporate, who something can happen to tomorrow and the business goes down, right? And one is backed by the full face of the federal. No, there is no issuer in Nigeria that currently has a higher credit rating, or that would have a higher credit rating than the sovereign, because it's in naira, right? Yes. Something happens. Well, we've had a situation in Ghana where they defaulted on even their local currency, but well, that's an anomaly. But something happens, I think it's backed by the full faith of the federal government. So now I'm looking at the credit risk. Because guess what? Even Wanu at 16% does not look priced normally, because why are you giving me the same return as federal government? You should be giving me more because your risk is even higher, right? So you see, you say yes. So those are the beautiful things we do. So then we look at security selection, and then we now look at portfolio sizing. How much should I put in each? So if I've said, and we already even did portfolio sizing, but we're doing it now within the securities. How much should I attribute to GTB versus how much should I give to Zenith in my portfolio, right? If I was building an equity portfolio now, it's funny if you do 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%. Why? Why are you just arbitrarily giving numbers? Have you looked at each company and said, okay, you know what, this should deliver more return? This sector, I feel banking will deliver better than telcos, or I feel consumer goods will deliver better. And then that thought process decides how do I size each of them, right? So we said the team usually asks what's happening in the economy, which assets are attractively valued, what risks are hidden, what's the likely return, what's the best use of capital. So like we said, top down is looking at the economy and then looking at company specific, and then looking at the issue of that security, then looking at the security itself. Bottom up is just starting from the company itself, right? Oh, this company, like I really think this company will do well, right? And then there's something we call quantitative and qualitative analysis. I think most of you have heard. So, sorry, I was getting there. I thought you wanted to ask a question. So quantitative analysis is I'm looking at data, I'm looking at the numbers, I'm looking at, say, for example, I want to do something on GTB now. I get all the historical data for GTB for the last 5 years. I want to probably predict what the stock price, there are two types. There's fundamental, looking at GTB itself, right? And, you know, how they've grown, the company itself, the management, the products that it sells, the markets, the target markets, you know, what's the growth, what's the projection for growth for that, you know, target market, what size, is it what's the word, a monopoly? Does this particular firm have a monopoly? That kind of thing. Look at, so that's company specific. But now quantitative is, I'm looking at the numbers, right? I've looked at the return of GT, for example, for the last 5 years, and I'm trying to predict where the stock price will be based on the price movement. There are different types of things now. It can be a moving average. It can be, you know, there are different, I mean, don't let me bore you, right? There are different types of, you know, statistical things that you can do with the numbers and then arrive at something. So that's quantitative. And then we have qualitative, which is what I said. So you're just looking at company specific, the industry the company is playing in, the management, you know, the target market, the percentage of market share that the company has, and all those other great stuff. So now risk return. So people always say, I don't have the risk, I cannot buy, you are young, buy stocks. No, I cannot. Okay. What I say is, you know, I think most of us are religious here. It's not guaranteed that you get up and walk outside your door and the car will not knock you down. There's risk everywhere. In fact, going out is a risk. You take risk every day without even knowing that you're taking risk, right? Wearing a white shirt is a risk. Like, I can just pour something on you. I mean, just walking side by side, I'm holding, you know, a pot of soup and I trip and I pour white shirt on you. Risk, right? So risk is really not the enemy because it's really unavoidable. If you do CFA, which I always advise that you do, they will let you know, there's some risks that are unavoidable, and there's some risks that you can avoid by just not taking that investment at all, but you can minimize, right, by doing something. So there are risks that by avoiding risk, it means you're not doing anything. There are some risks that you cannot even avoid, but you are compensated for taking, and there are some risks that you can actually, minimize. So what we say here is risk is not the enemy, or managed risk is really the enemy, right? Not taking calculated bets is really the enemy. Gambling is risk taking, like unmanaged risk taking, right? So that's what we always say. And before you do any investment, it's important for you to understand what are the risks inherent in this investment. So I just itemized some, like market risk. So you come to me today, I buy something, it can be fixed income, it can be a traded bond or whatever. The risk that I need to turn that thing to cash, and I go to the market and the price has gone from 90 to 89 is what we call market risk. Right, so it's the risk that asset prices move against you due to broad market movement. Something can just happen that spooks the market, and when you want to now actually sell to liquidate the investment, you're getting less than you previously bought, but that's market risk. Credit risk is the risk that, somebody, it could be the government, it could be a corporate, fails to pay you. So the person says, borrow me 100 naira, I will give you back at the end of the year. End of the year comes and the person is looking at you and says, oh, I did MMM and the money is gone, or CBEX and the money is gone, or credit risk, right? The person cannot pay you back. Liquidity risk is you come to meet me, you need your money, and I'm not able to sell it quickly, and it's not even just quickly, even at fair value. So fair value is what is this thing actually worth in the market if I wanted to go and buy it. What is it worth? If it's worth 10 naira to you, like, am I able to sell it at 10 naira? Do you get? So that's like fair value. So it's not enough that you can quickly sell it, but you can also sell it for what it's worth. That's liquidity risk. So God forbid you come to us now to say, oh, give me back my 5,000 naira, and then I'm just like running helter-skelter trying to get the 5,000 naira, and let's say I couldn't now get 5,000 naira, I could only get like 4,500 or something. Can somebody tell me what sounds like the difference between market risk and liquidity risk? Even our online audience, so let me isolate them. Are we getting some responses? Somebody here. Don't let me. I will pick randomly. Okay. Should I give you? Good. I like that you want to try. And you're so pretty.
Thank you. Okay, so I think market risk is just broader than liquidity risk because, okay, I can use my own words, right? Okay, so. Okay, I hope I'm not wrong. So I think liquidity risk can occur in the market in the sense that it's just like a particular part of the market. It's just a particular part of the whole market in the sense that it only deals with when you're trying to sell. Why the market risk is just like everything. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. All right.
Well, you tried. Thank you. A for effort. Who else? Yes.
Okay, just to try out. I think for market risk is like it determines the value of your asset while you're still holding it. Like at the moment, how much is this worth? The price can change, can go high, it can go low. That's for market risk. Then liquidity risk is when you want to liquidate, when you want to sell, when you want to like exchange for money, the price of it at that particular moment, or the risk involved with it at the particular moment you want to exit the market or something.
You were right. At least you're right about market risk, but not entirely for liquidity.
Yeah. Who wants to try?
One more person, and then I'll just explain.
Okay, so I mean the definition is already there, right? Market risk, when the asset that you already invested is not moving the way you expect it to move due to something bigger than you, which is market crash and all of that. And then liquidity risk is when you're not able to quickly sell the asset in case of, let's say, panic that something gonna happen. But one thing I see here is that liquidity risk is not always a market risk. There could be market risk and not have liquidity risk. Even if a market move against you, you can always quickly liquidize it. It's not a necessary factor. Yeah. But in liquidity risk, market risk is a factor. So a market risk can lead to liquidity risk.
Yeah.
So that's like
okay. So she was, her logic is right, to be honest. Liquidity really is how quickly can I sell this thing? If I wanted to go to the market now to sell it, will I find somebody who wants to take it off me and quickly turn it to cash? Market is, the problem is not that I can't sell it. The problem is that the price I'm going to sell it is a problem, right? I mean, GTB is like a very liquid stock. If you want to sell GTB stock right now, you will see somebody on the other side who wants to take it off you. The problem will now be, where is the price of this at the time you want to sell? Liquidity now is, I want to sell this, but nobody just wants it from me. Like, I can't, it's so thinly traded, like nobody really cares for it. Like, I'm going to meet you, and that's why they say real estate sometimes is a liquid. Because when you buy like a real estate, a house, for example, you now need money. It's so tough to sell that house. You have to find a willing buyer. You can work 2, 4, 5, 6 people to sell it, and they will not start to price you nonsense, because guess what? Nobody wants it off you, so you can take it from, I can sell it, take it from you at a distressed price. So that's the difference. Is that really clear? Are we okay? Good. So yeah, this is some. There's also interest rate risk. The fact that interest rate can go up and down and affect, bond prices. Different. There's concentration risk. So if you're heavily invested with, so for example, let's say you have 100 million, and that entire 100 million you gave it to just one person. That's a serious. If anything happens to that one person, your money too has happened. Do you get something has happened to your money? That's concentration risk. There's currency risk. So, for example, if you have now you're only invested in naira, you're taking a risk against naira, right? But it's muted in Nigeria because guess what? We all buy and sell in naira. But imagine if you were invested in Nigeria but in dollars. You converted naira to dollars to do an investment, and then obviously you need that money back in dollars, so you have to convert it back to dollars after there's a currency risk or an FX risk that you are taking, because at the time when you want to now convert, everything is now, because I'm praying for the peace of Nigeria as a good Christian, so everything is now better, and then the exchange rate is stable. And let's say you bought at 1,006 because you were speculating against the naira. You bought at 1,006. Now we're at 1,003 levels, and then you need to now sell, convert back to your chop cane. So the risk spectrum now, right? So there's treasury bills, commercial papers, fixed deposits. This is just money markets, like I said. Things that typically, this should be like 0 to 364 days, not 91 days, really. It could be 30 days, it could be 50. Anything that just matures within 1 year, we call them money markets. It could be a treasury bill. You can buy a treasury bill that will mature in 2 days. Pretty much, if you want to, you see it in the market. Whether you see someone to sell it to you is a different conversation, but it does exist, So, and then on the next risk spectrum is FGN bonds, right? We call them, they're moderate risk because guess what? It's backed by the federal government of Nigeria. But the longer an investment has to mature, the higher the risk, right? So if something is going to mature within 1 year, it's short dated, I can pretty much postulate to say, okay, the risk is manageable if it is between now and next week, right? I can, I don't think, for example, something will happen to Wanu Limited Liability Company next week. The time horizon is short. But do I know what's going to happen to Wanu and Sons next year? That's harder to determine. So there's a little more risk. So the longer the investment horizon, the higher the risk, especially for credit risk. Because something can happen to the issuer that will strain their finances, and then you will not be able to, And there's also reinvestment risks too, because when the thing matures, let's say you did something nice at 19% and it matures today, and inflation is so good, and then the CBN drops interest rate, and then you now have to reinvest that at 8%. You would have been better off doing that 19% thing for 5 years, right? So the longer the investment horizon, the higher the risk. So that's why it's there. State municipal bonds, just the same way I've explained it, but what's changing now is the issuer. Because now, the state government obviously has a full faith of, the federal government, but still is a state, is a little bit risky than the federal government, which is like the sovereign, right? Municipal are like local government and all those things. And then we have corporate bonds. So a GT can want to raise money for a long period, right? Let's say they want to, fund some projects or some expansion, and they want to just, issue a 5-year bond. Because it is a corporate, it's not the state government, it's not the federal, there's even more risk priced into that because of credit risk, right? So it's a little bit riskier than all these other three. And then there's equities, which is, I'm not promising any return. Whatever I make, you will make, and if I make a loss, too bad. Guess what? You've made a loss, right? So it's a little bit more risky because it's also like you part own the company with them. You're a shareholder, right? There was no space to add more. There's still many. There's private equity too, which is risky. There's, venture capital, which is risky, and those other angel, if you're seed stage, all those very risky investments. But the higher the risk, the higher the reward. And risk is not binary. It's not 0 to 1. It's like it's a spectrum, right? Even within a asset class, within asset classes, there are even some that have higher risk, like I explained. So like the fixed deposit or commercial paper. So commercial paper is the same thing as the treasury bill. It's just in terms of how it works, discounted value. They give you your interest upfront, but the difference is the commercial papers are like banks or financial or non-financial institutions are the ones that are borrowing it. So the issuer is different, right? Treasury bill is the government, right? The risk is higher for all those ones. So even within the asset classes, risk varies, right? So you need to be quite aware of all that. So a skilled portfolio manager earns returns by taking only the risks that are adequately compensated. Like I said, it makes no sense to me that an investment issued by the federal government of Nigeria is earning 16% and a corporate wants to give you that same 16%. You are taking more risk and you're not compensated for it. So types of return, we have income, that's just regular cash flow, what you earn on your savings and all that. We have capital growth. So if you buy GT at 10 naira and GT goes to 20, you've earned 10%. Good. That's capital growth. There's not total return. That is the combination of the income I have gotten plus the fact that GTB's price has been appreciating. The dividend that GT has paid me, because obviously business has been going so well, and they say, okay, we declare a dividend of 5 naira, and then aside that, even the share price of GT has been doing so well, and I've earned another additional 10 naira, and I combine that, and it is 15 naira. Guess what? There are times where the capital appreciation is not even great, but when you're now even combining with the income return, you're positive. So let's say GTB share. I'm so sorry, GTB. Well, let's say a stock earns 10 naira, right? A stock price reduced by 10 naira, but they pay dividends of 15. When you combine that, you're still positive and you earn what? 5. So that's why we always say it's very important to look at total return when you're managing an investment portfolio than just one aspect, because you can be doing like an investment analysis and you will not take into consideration that there are dividends that will be paid, and you're only looking at capital appreciation. That's just one half of or one part of the entire gist. And then there's real return too. So that's, you're comparing your return to inflation. Are you beating inflation? If you're not beating inflation, there was a time that no security in this country was beating inflation. Inflation was ridiculously high, like 30%. At some point it started to come lower. So, but if you're not beating inflation, it's a problem. So if something is earning 20%, even though it looks good in absolute terms as 20%, when you now compare it versus inflation, and inflation is at 22%, it's a real loss of -2%. So we look at all those. So how do we construct portfolios? What are the principles we follow? Major one is diversification. We never put all our eggs in one basket, and it goes down to the concentration risk I was talking about. How concentrated is your portfolio to either a particular asset class or a particular issuer, or stuff like that. Then asset allocation. What is the split I am giving each of these investments, right? What we have found, there's a model called Brinson model that it tries to explain how asset allocation contributes to return, the percentage contribution of asset allocation to return, the percentage contribution of security selection to return, like how does all your investment portfolio interact. So let's say you earned 10% on a particular portfolio. What was your skill as an investment manager? One, how did your asset allocation even help you deliver the return? Then how did selecting even the securities within the asset allocation help you deliver a return? So, and it says that asset allocation actually even explains the variation. So the portfolio return, how it changes, the major driver is the asset allocation. Because guess what? Your security selection can be right, but your asset allocation can be wrong. So say you are supposed to, let's say, okay, the economy is doing so well, right? When the economy does so well like that, the environment is good, currency is stable, stocks tend to do well. GDP is positively correlated with stock prices, right? Because, like I said, companies exist within the environment. If the money in our hands, jobs are created, we have more money in our pockets, we can buy the goods and services that these companies produce, is more profit in their own, or more money in their own pockets as well, everybody's just doing so well. So in environments like that, stock prices tend to do so well. Companies themselves do so well, and it translates into the stock prices. As a portfolio manager, you should have, if the risk tolerance and investment objective of the portfolio you are managing, or of the client's portfolio tolerates it, you should have a decent allocation to equities. But guess what? You didn't do the asset allocation right. You just allocated 20% or 30% to equities. Even if you picked the best stock on the exchange, it is capped by the weighting of 30% times the price of that stock, where you could have done 70% times the price of that stock, right? The opposite also works. Say we know that equities markets will not do so well because of whatever it is, and you now have a weighting of 70% times minus 30%, rather than having 30% times minus 30%. You get? So asset allocation is very important. And then rebalancing. We have determined that this savings plan portfolio should have 70% of fixed income. This is the optimal weight for this product that we are building, right? And then, something just happens, as interest accrues and market moves, maybe the 30% in equities, because of how equities is doing, it comes down. So it gives more weight to my whatever. I have to get back into my 70%, 30%, right? So that's called rebalancing. If you're below that, you have to get back up. If you're above that, you have to come back down. There's also a math to it. So, for example, I could take tactical decisions now to say, I know that I'm supposed to be at 70%, but I really believe that market is trending. I want to, in the short term, be overweight equities. I like it. Let the market ride me up. And get all the gains. And, obviously your timing, nobody can really time the market, but your convictions, I hope in God that you are right. So, I'm sure market is going to do well. Market carries me, up. And as soon as I, lock in the return, I sell it, just lock in the profit and rotate into something else. So we have something we call tactical asset allocation, and we have something we call strategic asset allocation. So strategic asset allocation is the long-term asset allocation that will be very good, or that is optimal for this portfolio. Tactical is, I know that within another 2-3 months, something good will happen. It will happen, and then market will revert. So mean reversion is you're going back to, let's say something is at 10 naira. Over the last 10 years, the average price is 10 naira, right? And if you're playing in a market where there's always a mean reversion, it means the price of that stock will go back to 10 naira, even if it takes 1 year or 2 years, right? So let's say the thing has gone to 15 naira. I know this stock mean reverts is going back to 10 naira. I will let it carry me to 15 naira. When I get to that 15 naira, I'll sell it, because I know that obviously if we go back to 10 naira, I can go buy back there. Sounds good on paper, it sounds good as we're talking. But yeah, so there's rebalancing, right? So that's what rebalancing, the act of going back to your strategic weight, or even going back to your strategic weight. That's really what rebalancing is. Tactical is just you're going really slightly above, just to gain short-term price movements. Oh, girl. So benchmarking, how do we now measure returns, right? Because it's not enough that I said I made 10%. So I come to meet you and I was like, I've done great work. I've made 15% on this portfolio. How do you know that 15% actually makes sense? Imagine I told you I made 50%, but the market index, right? So benchmarks really are a replication of, how will I put it now? So imagine all share index now. That index was created to mimic the performance of all the stocks that was listed on the stock exchange, right? If you're a passive investor and I don't have time, I don't know which stock will do well, which stock will not. I just want to mimic the weight of all the stocks in this index as constituted, right? I'm tracking the benchmark. But I feel like I'm a star girl. I want to do way better. So let's say the weight of MTN on the all share index is 30%, 20%. Hypothetically speaking, please. I now want to do better. I feel like MTN specifically would do better. I can do 30% above the index, right? That's active management. So there's passive management, just tracking, the index that mirrors the market. So the index just mirrors the overall market, right? And you now are tracking that index, or you want to do better than that. So I come to meet you and I say, oh, I manage your equity portfolio and I've made 15%. How do you know that my 15% is if I had invested in something that mimics the market, would you have done better? That's what benchmarking is, right? So if the market did 10% and you did 15%, you did better because you outperformed the market. But if the market did 20% and you did 15%, then you underperformed the market. We also have an absolute benchmark, meaning somebody is coming to me to say, I don't care what happens in the market. I just want to earn 20%. On absolute terms, you're just looking at the 20% and then, oh yeah, that seems good. Regardless of what happened in the market, I gave you your 20%. And then benchmarking is also good if you have an arrangement with, a client, for example. Now, this is like a high net worth individual. And he says, okay, if you do so well, I will give you an excess return above this benchmark. So let's say the benchmark did 15, you did 20, you did 5% above the benchmark. The person can say, okay, I'll give you 20% of that 5%. So it helps us, calculate performance fees and all those things. So benchmarking is very important because we need to know how well we are doing compared to the market. Okay, we've gotten to the finally. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to take your time. Okay, so now we have a case study. It's quite simple, isn't it? It is. Okay, so Amara is a 34-year-old professional with 5 million naira to invest. Her goal is to grow her wealth over 5 years to fund a property purchase. She describes herself as a moderate risk, as moderate risk. So she doesn't really care. She's in between, She's in between, let's risk it all. And yeah, I can live some, but I don't want to lose everything. Exactly, that's the word. So she doesn't want to lose sleep, but she wants real growth above inflation, currently 15% Nigeria. So, what? Above inflation, yeah. So inflation is 50, so she wants something that will give her above 15%. So now we've proposed, all of you now, my portfolio managers, CarryWise has made it. We've employed, about, how many are we now? Almost 20 portfolio managers. And, we've come up with this asset allocation, money market, which I've said, commercial papers, treasury bills, anything that matures within 1 year. We decided to allocate 30%, and 30% of 5 million is 1.5. We expect, so when you're doing this, you also you would have at the back of your mind an expected return. You can get that looking at what has the market returned over a period, or, what is your expectation of inflation, for example, and add a markup to that or reduce from that. But anyway, you need to have a logic to calculate the expected return. You can look at the ASI, for example, for equities and say, oh, last year it returned 38%. I think it will do 38% again. Or over the last 5 years, it has returned on average this. So the expected return is that average. So we did that beautiful thing together, and then we came up with 16% for money market investments. FGN bonds now, which is fixed income, but I wanted to make it easy and say FGN bonds, 30%, so another 1.5, right? So our combined allocation to fixed income now, if we do money market plus FGN, is like 60, right? And then Nigerian equities, we did 35%, so that's 1.75 million. Is variable, meaning the return can change, but on average, we expect it to be between 30 to 35%. Who can guess what the ASI closed at today? I don't even know myself. Well, if you say, I will have to check. Let's check. Okay, guess who checked? Nobody. Okay, I think yesterday, it was at 30%, 32%-ish. Okay. So cash is at 5%, 250K. Expected return of cash is what? Why? Okay. So now, is this portfolio appropriate for Amara's risk profile? Okay, tell me why.
Okay, so
it says here that Amara is a moderate risk person.
Yeah.
Right. If to say, okay, so we can see that they have money markets, FGN bonds. They are both low risk, right? Just that they are backed by different things. And then Nigerian equities sits between a little bit high risk and let's say moderate risk, right? And then there's cash that is just going to be there as it is. So since she's a moderate risk person, I would say it's quite appropriate because there's a money market and FDM bond that is stable already, which is a really good one. What would have made it slightly not appropriate would have been in Nigeria equities, but she's a moderate risk person. So putting 35% in Nigerian equities is still quite reasonable since there's a possibility that
Sorry, can you come here so they can see you?
Okay, so since there's a possibility that it's going to return a really high risk, we don't know that yet, but regardless, it really can't do that bad. And however bad it does, I feel like this will still be able to compensate for it, right? So as a moderate risk, I think it's still quite
Okay, can we have another opinion? Yeah. Okay.
I didn't really do maths though.
I don't think you need maths for this, to be honest.
Okay, so if I'm going to put myself in Amara's shoes, right? You said so when there's inflation, I'm trying to. Okay, if I'm going to put myself in Amara's shoes, I think I'll allocate 70% to my money market and FGN bonds, right?
Okay.
Because of the inflation, so that in case it affects the Nigerian equity market, I won't really lose so much. But I don't know.
How does inflation affect the Nigerian equity market?
It doesn't affect your stuff.
No. I mean, it does affect some. I mean, it's the question I'm asking because you're the one that told me, so I'm asking you now.
Oh, right.
You're my portfolio manager.
Oh, my.
I'm Amara.
No, I'm Amara. I'm myself in her shoe.
Okay.
So, yeah, like when the economy is doing great, right? The stocks
So,
will also
okay, let me
do
help
great.
you.
Thank you.
So inflation, it depends on if the company is able to pass the cost of inflation to their customers. For example, so if you sell a discretionary product, so meaning I can decide to buy it today, I mean, sardines, for example, is it by force to eat sardines? So when the price of sardine goes to 1,500, I would just say, well, I'm not buying. They won't kill me. But guess what? Salt. You have to buy salt. You cook every time. So they can pass on the prices has gone up. I don't want to take this. Let me just pass it to people who would buy this. So let's say the raw material I used to buy before was 10 naira. It's gone to 15 naira. I'll just increase my price of salt to this and push you. You buy it whether you like it or not. So it really depends on if the sector of the economy that you are overweight in can push back the cost of inflation to you as the end user, or if they can't. If they can't, because let's say you're buying a mess bag when inflation has gone, it's discretionary, right? You don't have to, whether you want to or not. So that's why I'm saying, how does inflation? It goes two ways. It depends on the sector of the economy or the sector of the sector in which the stock is playing at, right? Banking, for example. Think about it. How does inflation, affect them? That type of thing, like food and oil and gas. How does inflation? So you do all that, and then if you see that, okay, it's quite muted here, you would overweight. If it's not really, but fixed income, it affects this just like that because the prices will just, come down. So your answer was. Okay, I think our answer was okay, right? But I would say that we usually have like a range, right? When somebody says they're moderate, it means like they could be balanced. You could do 60-40 or 40, max 60-40, and 60 to equities. And guess what? It's long term. She said long term. And then I think, be looking at, first of all, the investment horizon. She has 5 years. So she can take on a little bit of risk. 70 is obviously ridiculous, right? Because that's already looking quite aggressive, right? But she can take some risk because she said, she's invested for 5 years. So I think I'm even answering that question 3, right? But anyway, so we can quickly wrap this up. So, she can actually increase her weighting or leave it as is. It's fine, really. It really just depends. So is she likely to beat inflation like this? It's a quick math. We already looked at the expected return. So percentage of the allocation times this times this times this. obviously you don't even need to really do the math. Look at it. It will be 15%. Yeah. So what would you change and why? No, like even just looking at it as you. Exactly.
What you going to see if my car breaks down?
No, so anything can happen. That I tell you 5 years does not mean I'm stuck to my 5 years. There could be a change in my financial situation, like a job loss, and I would need to access some of my funds. So what do you do? So you need some tiny money allocation to. That can work if you decide to see, if you see that, oh, okay, you know what, yields on FGM bonds are, interest rate will go higher, and you can lock in. For example, let's say we assume that interest rate will go lower next year. We have that forecast that interest rate will come to 12% next year. Maybe we're at 20-something%. You lock in the 5-year bond now and accrue for 20% over the longer period. Yeah, so you can. So even within the FGM bond and money marketplace, you can play with the numbers, right? Depending on your expectation on interest rates. Okay, so there's also, sorry, tell me. Oh, okay, yeah, tell me.
Okay, so for this cash, do you suggest as a portfolio manager, do you suggest that, okay, why don't you just keep some amounts there, or you just follow what she says?
So I think we ask questions like, do you envisage that you would need money, in the next maybe 3 months or 6 months or 1 year, right? If you're like, no, I won't. I'm like, okay, cool. But just to be a prudent portfolio manager, you can have 2% allocation. It won't hurt you, right? Because guess what? You even need to charge fees. So what are you supposed to use to charge fees? Because you charge management fees quarterly, for example. When that time comes, would you not be looking for assets? Because our carriers will make money, and we'll charge our fees. So we will have to leave some cash, So yeah. So this can be for admin expenses. It can be for unforeseen expenses. But the rule of thumb, somewhat, is always that keep it between 2 to 5%. Really, 2 to 5% of the depending on the volume of the money. So if you have $10 million, for example, 5% is, for example, maybe say 10 billion, 5% of that seems a little bit, So depending on, definitely, right? Definitely, you can. So yeah. So lastly, what risk is she exposed to? What are the risks that you see here? Okay, market risk. Yeah, that's obvious. Okay.
Equities also.
We said market risk.
Okay.
Yeah, credit risk. Yes. Please tell me. Yeah, it could be. She might come at a time where maybe we cannot really sell. She might need more than the 30% in money market. So money market really, because it matures within a year, you can get out of that with taking just very small penalty, but it won't affect. Except, now let me backtrack. Except if there are more treasury bills, then you have to sell in the market. Obviously, it's not liquidity risk that will affect that. It's market risk, right? But let's say you have a lot of fixed deposits. All you just take is a penalty on your interest. That's how most of these things are, worded. So, you can get away. But if you now need more than 30% and I have to touch the bonds, and maybe it's at a time where, there is probably no just person looking to buy this particular bonds, because some bonds, not FGM bonds, for example, now, some corporate bonds they're very illiquid. There are not many people who own them and not many people want to buy them. So yeah, you can take some liquidity risk there. But we did not say corporate bonds, so Okay, so yeah, I think let's wrap it up there. Do we have any questions?
Yes, yeah.
Even online?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So in a situation where an investment isn't doing so well as expected or predicted by the portfolio manager, although approved by the client, what is the rightful measure for a portfolio manager to take in order to manage the situation?
Okay. So I always say that investment management or portfolio management can be a thankless job. Thankless job. Nobody's telling you thank you. When things go right, they expect that it goes right because you should know what you're doing. And when things go wrong, They're like, even though I said yes, you should know better. Why are things going wrong and you can't manage it? But the best way to do that is, you and I have sat down, we've agreed that we should. I've told you I want to buy something, you approve it. My job is to daily be checking that thing to ensure that our convictions are still right. And this is where being proactive comes into play. The client should not be the one telling you that something is wrong with your investment portfolio. You should be the one, obviously, doing your daily monitoring, right? There's something we call daily valuation. Every day we check to see what the value of our asset is today if we wanted to sell down the entire thing. What is doing so well, what is not doing so well. The thing that is not doing so well, do I believe that it is not doing so well just in the interim, maybe because of something beyond my control? Or is this thing company specific that I know that this company, it seems like something is going bad and they will not recover from it? So if it is something that I think that the market will recover, I'm initiating a conversation to the client to say, market is done, the portfolio is doing this. This particular stock is the major driver for the return, why the portfolio is not doing so well. But we are convinced that, market should recover. We're monitoring it. We believe we should recover. We don't believe you should sell down now. We expect that, over the next couple of XY, it will do well because this conviction is still right. This company is poised to, do better and outperform their peers. Their goods are, write all those things down and you send it to the client. What is important, I think, for clients, if they know that, okay, this girl is on top of this thing, even if they want to panic because nobody likes to lose money, but because you're the one, being proactive, and obviously they can see that you have done your own due diligence, you're monitoring this thing, you still feel like you've itemized why you feel like there's some conviction and we should just, hold up. So, for example, let me give you an example. I can't give details, obviously. Let's say in my past life managing money, I worked in other places before CarryWise. And I've managed just one-on-one high net worth individuals, their money. We had a client then who, it was during COVID. Before COVID, everything was fine. COVID happened, market lost. It halved, really, in over a period, 1 week, everything halved. And we were convinced that because, it was COVID, this was something out of our control. The entire world is dealing with it. We know that very soon we'll understand what the pandemic is about. Our market will move on. Market has a way of moving on. When Ukraine and Russia happened, market moved on. Now it's just a footnote. Everybody knew that, there's some war going on somewhere. We've moved on from it. So market will move on. Am I convinced that when market moves on, these things I still have would do well? Yes. And, we'll explain it. Guess what? Market did move on, and we made so much money that year. But the client was comfortable because I was proactive, and I told him, these are my thoughts. This is what I think will happen. If the client now tells me, go ahead and sell down, you're giving me an express instruction to sell down. I can't cry more than the bereaved. I will sell down because guess what? It's a client's instruction, but it is on paper, right? And it is on paper. It is obviously electronic stuff. I've sent you an email and you have sent me an instruction that even though I have told you this is what I think, you said I should sell down. So I am taking that decision. So even when market recovers, I can go back. There's an audit trail. I can go back to say, I did advise you. And guess what? You win trust even more that way because they're like, this girl actually did know, what she was thinking. I hope that answers.
Yeah, I think I wrote another question, but I think you answered it. How often does a portfolio manager supposed to review the performance of its clients?
Every day.
Daily?
Every day, yes.
Wow.
We check it every day. It's part of, exactly. So I come into in the morning, I look at my cash balances, people have decided to invest in our products. I have cash sitting idle, I'm, investing that and also looking at the performance of, of the portfolios. And guess what? I'm not just even looking at it in isolation. We have investment committees. I'm reporting every week, every month, every quarter. I'm not even just reporting to us internally. I'm reporting to the regulator too, because the regulator needs to know that we are managing. So we have reports that and then even our clients. I think you get some of our newsletters sometimes if you have. So it's daily. I have to look at it daily to ensure that I'm on top of things and things are doing right. Yeah. Are we? Okay.
Thank you so much. Let's give one a round of applause. Okay, thank you, Bonnie. You have like 5 missed calls. Okay, so that brings us to the end of our sessions for the day. Oh my gosh, that was quite a bit. But I'm sure you guys learned something. Yeah, so if you just tell me your favorite session and then one thing that you're just taking home with you, and we can, okay, you want to go? We can go.
Okay, so I will first say that this whole portfolio management thing, when I hear it, I just used to feel like I don't know jack shit around it, but I know that it's around money, but I still don't understand it. And I have a friend that has actually explained this thing to me, but I still don't understand it. But like with this session, see, I'm even saying that those small fears of me not investing, like this is just giving me so much confidence of how I can invest my money and not being scared. It just gives me that so much confidence, and cheers to future wealth.
Who else? Yeah, we can just go around like this.
Oh yeah, and then online audience, you can as well drop what you learned. Let us know what session you loved the most. Yeah, go ahead.
Everyone?
No, whoever wants to go next, so that we can.
We just go around one by one, like you said.
Yeah,
that's great. No, it should be everyone.
No. Whoever. It doesn't have to be everyone.
Okay.
Whoever would like to go. Whoever would like to go, just let me know what you learned and the session that was the most impactful for you.
Well, first of all, I would say everything has been impactful, especially the fact that I could connect each teams, how they work and interact with each other, from products to customer experience to legal and to portfolio. Everything has been amazing. And my favorite session, of course, is portfolio management, because you think before you invest, and I love that. Thank you. Who is going next?
Someone back here. Okay. Oh, yeah, sure. I haven't heard your voice today. Yes. I'd like to hear it.
I enjoyed every session. My favorite session was also portfolio management, because I thought that it was something very complex and like I could not just understand it. But with this session, it was very simple, and I learned a lot here.
Amazing. I'm glad you guys got something from all the sessions. As we said, we have a bag for you. There you go. Okay, so I just want to thank you everybody online for coming. I hope you had a lovely time. I hope the sessions were impactful, and see you next time. Bye. Yes, Oh, okay, cool. Who else? Did you get Maria? There you go. Cool. Okay, so now pictures, and we can go home. So we'll just go to the CarryWise wall outside to do some picture taking, and we shall. When investment